Chapter 1681. Wait a minute. Zhao Yang squatted down and took out the universal bag hidden in his boots. He took out an iron wire from it and fiddled with it for a while. Then he opened the locked door. Immediately, he pulled little Feng Yi and ran to the back door. Take the antidote. Zhao Yang handed him the antidote and took him into an empty courtyard. The two of them sat in the corner and gasped. Yang, why do you have these things? Little Feng Yi blinked and asked curiously. The princess gave them to me for self-defense. I have been keeping them. He thought as he spoke. After resting for a while, he said, We can't stay here. If those people know that we escaped, they may look for us in the city. Let's go. Where are we going? Back to the palace? Little Feng Yi asked. Let's go out of the city gate first. He pulled him to the city gate. He planned to leave the city first and ask for information along the way. Yang, how can you open the lock with that iron wire? Little Feng Yi asked curiously. He found that he didn't know anything that Yang knew. I learned how to open locks. Not only can I use the iron wire, but I can also open the lock with a pen, Zhao Yang said, while paying attention to the people on the street. When he saw several people looking around on the street, he couldn't help but speed up his pace. Let's go. They're coming. Little Feng Yi didn't dare to ask any more questions and ran with his short legs. The two of them blended into the crowd and ran out of the city gate. After entering the small forest, Little Feng Yi tripped over a tree branch and fell forward. His hand was scraped and bleeding. He looked at his bleeding hands in a daze. Looking at the blood, he couldn't help but think of the bloody scene that night. He sat there in a daze for a long time without any reaction. You're bleeding. Let me bandage it for you. Zhao Yang blamed himself. He was older than him, so he ran faster. However, he didn't take into account that he couldn't keep up with the speed and made him fall. I miss my father and mother. After a long time, Little Feng Yi raised his head and looked at Zhao Yang, who was bandaging him. He said in a soft voice with grievance, Yang, I miss my father and mother. Zhao Yang was slightly stunned. After a long silence, he sat down and said, You'll see them later. He also missed his father and mother. This time, they might really be gone. When we see them later? Little Feng Yi asked crisply. Zhao Yang thought and said, When we find the princess. When we find her, we will see your father and mother. Let's find someone and see if a Jew. If he didn't mention it, how could he ask? If he didn't mention it, no one would know. Then how could he know what he wanted to know? Because if some people who have a grudge against them know that you are the little uncle of the princess, they will capture you to threaten them. At that time, we will also be in danger. Chapter 1682. Then let's go to the big tree inside to have a rest. Zhao Yang pointed to a big tree inside and led him inside, holding his hand. In the evening, as the sun set in the west, half of the sky was dyed with red clouds. Night was coming, and the temperature in the grove gradually dropped, becoming a little cool. Under the big tree, two children were sleeping in each other's arms. They slept soundly in this grove without any precaution. After all, they were just children, and they had just escaped. It was inevitable that they would fall asleep when they relaxed. However, this small forest was not safe. Under the illumination of the sunset, the small forest seemed to be covered in a layer of red clouds, revealing traces of red. About 100 meters away from here, a fierce tiger that came out to hunt for food was stretching its body, opening its mouth and swinging its tiger tail, walking step by step in the small forest. Because this grove was backed by a deep mountain, it was inevitable that some fierce beasts would come in and out. Ordinary people would walk on the main road and would not go into the grove. Therefore, there were very few opportunities to meet fierce beasts. Who would have thought that these two unlucky children would run into each other? As the ferocious tiger approached step by step, its ferocious and bloodthirsty eyes searching for prey, the two children were still sleeping soundly under the tree. When the ferocious tiger smelled the scent of living people, it followed the scent step by step and finally saw the two delicious prey on the tree. 4 fierce beasts. Human children were easier to hunt because their strength was limited. Often, when they met the fierce beasts, they could only wait to be eaten. The fierce tiger's nose was scratched by the grass, which made it subconsciously snort. 2 breaths came out from its nose, but it was also this sound that made Zhao Yang, who was sleeping soundly, suddenly open his eyes. Almost at the moment when he opened his eyes, Zhao Yang felt the pressing danger. He thought that those people had caught up with him again, so he quickly got up and shook little Feng Yi to wake him up. Wake up, we have to hurry." Before he finished speaking, his whole body froze. Less than 10 meters away from them, a ferocious tiger was crouching there, baring its sharp teeth and drooling as it stared at them. Seeing that he had woken up and discovered it, the ferocious tiger let out a low roar, crouching down and kicking its hind legs, fiercely pouncing towards them. Roar! Yang, what I? Little Feng Yi, who had just woken up, didn't have time to open his eyes and murmured. He felt that his whole body was pushed away by Zhao Yang and rolled into the grass. His body hurt, and he couldn't help but cry out in pain. "It hurts! Yang, what are you doing?" He was stunned and sat there motionlessly with his eyes wide open. On the other side, Yang, who had pushed him away, had a piece of cloth torn off by the tiger's sharp claws. The sharp claws had directly scratched his chest, causing a few streaks of blood to flow out. "Quickly climb up the tree," Zhao Yang shouted. He was afraid that the tiger would attack little Feng Yi. He could only wave his hand and shout at the tiger, "Here, I'm here." Little Feng Yi suddenly came back to his senses and saw the tiger roaring and pouncing towards Yang. He was so scared that he quickly circulated his spiritual power and jumped up. He hugged the tree tightly and shouted at Yang, "Come up quickly! Yang, come up quickly!" Chapter 1683. In the sky above, among the white clouds, a white-robed old man was sitting cross-legged on a flying disc. He was flying with his eyes closed, as if he was meditating or resting. However, the divine sense that was released could hear the voices of the people below. He could vaguely hear that among the chaotic voices, there seemed to be the cries of children for help and the roars of ferocious tigers. Hearing this sound, he slowly opened his eyes. He made some calculations with his hand and looked down. Through the clouds, he could see that in the forest below, a 3-year-old child was hugging the branch of a large tree and crying for help. Under the tree, a 7 or 8-year-old boy was drenched in blood. While dodging the tiger's attacks, he tried to use the dagger in his hand to stab the tiger. However, the little boy was small and weak, so he couldn't kill the tiger at all. The little boy was hit by the tiger, and his small body flew a few meters away before he convulsed and fainted. Just as he was about to bite the little boy who had fainted, the little boy on the tree stopped crying, took off his boots, and smashed them at the tiger. Unexpectedly, it attracted the tiger's attention. Roar! The ferocious tiger let out a low roar and fiercely charged forward. It used the tiger's strength to fiercely smash into the tree. In an instant, the child who was hugging the branch cried out in alarm and fell to the ground. Little Feng Yi covered his eyes with both hands in horror and began to cry. He was afraid that he would be eaten by the tiger. He was afraid that if he died, only his bones would be left. Perhaps the tiger would also eat his bones, and then there would be no bones left. However, in his fear, he closed his eyes and didn't feel the pain of crashing into the ground. He didn't feel the pain of being bitten by the tiger's mouth and sharp teeth. Instead, he heard the cry of a beast. "It's okay." An aged yet amiable voice entered little Feng Yi's ears, causing her to be startled. Her little hand that was covering her eyes slowly moved away from the small gap between her little fingers. Through the gap of her little fingers, she saw an old grandpa in white clothes, with white hair and white eyebrows. "Granddad Deity, you must be Granddad Deity." The little fellow opened his hand in surprise. Only then did he realize that his body was suspended in midair. Granddad Deity waved the horsetail whisk, and he slowly landed on the ground. Hearing little Feng Yi's words, the old man stroked his beard and laughed. He seemed to be very happy. He flew down from the air and landed on the ground. He got up and walked to Fa Zhao Yang's side to check his injuries. "Granddad Deity, how is Yang? Will Yang die?" Little Feng Yi asked worriedly. The old man stroked his beard and shook his head with a smile. "He won't die. This is a predestined fate, and also a fortuitous encounter. He took out an elixir and stuffed it into Zhao Yang's mouth. When he probed Zhao Yang's aura, a hint of surprise flashed across his eyes. This physique is indeed a rare cultivation genius. Little Feng Yi didn't understand and tilted his head to look at him. He saw Granddad Deity touch his head and then place his hand on it. He didn't know what he did, but he heard his emotional voice spread over. It seems like it is the two of you. The old man's loving gaze landed on the two of them, and he smiled. Follow me. The moment he said that, he waved his horsetail whisk, and Zhao Yang, who was lying on the ground, was moved onto the flying disc. Chapter 1684. Go where you should go. The old man stroked his beard and smiled. He reached out his hand. Come with me. But I still have to find my father and mother. I still have to find my niece. Little Feng Yi put his little hands behind his back and took a step back. If I leave, I won't be able to see my father and mother. My niece won't be able to find me either. He. The old man chuckled. He looked at him deeply and said meaningfully, It's not that you won't be able to see her. It's just that the time hasn't come yet. Why? The little guy seemed to like to ask why because he didn't understand what he was talking about. The old man, who didn't want to say much, saw the little guy take a step back and hide his little hands behind his back. He didn't want to leave with him, so he patiently explained, Let me ask you, did your mother have a difficult birth when she gave birth to you? Little Feng Yi blinked and thought for a moment. He nodded blankly. Yes. My father and mother said that they almost died when they gave birth to me. It was my niece who helped my mother deliver the baby. That's why we were able to survive. It could be said that he had heard them talk about this since he was young. They said that if it wasn't for Fengjiu, they would all have died. But what did that have to do with this? The old man smiled and flicked the horsetail whisk in his hand. He slowly said, Life and death are determined by the heavens. However, some people defy the heavens and change their fates. It's because of this that many strange things happen. He paused and looked at him. Do you know why this old Taoist is here? Seeing the little guy shake his head in a daze, he smiled and said, That's because you and this old Taoist are fated to be master and disciple. And this fate between master and disciple is also a strange fate. It's born from the changes of the heavens. You are fated to be with me, but you are not fated to be with your parents. Therefore, the person who appeared here is me. The person who saved you from danger is also me, not your family. Do you understand now? The old man asked with a smile. The little guy didn't quite understand, but he understood the gist of it. He asked, Then will I be able to see my father, mother, and niece in the future? If it's fate, of course. When he heard that, little Feng Yi lowered his head and thought about it. He saw that Yang was unconscious and asked, Granddad Deity wants to take me and Yang as disciples? Why did Granddad Deity say, I am an old Taoist? Am I a monk? I don't want to be shaved bald. To hearing the child's words, the old man chuckled and said, Let's go. Follow me and you'll find out. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and boarded the flying disc. Seeing this, little Fia bit her lip and hesitated for a moment before following up. She stepped onto the flying disc, which flew up and disappeared into the clouds. A day later, Fengjiu and the others followed the secret path and found the town that the two children had been in. They started to investigate and confirmed that the two children had been here before. They followed the clues and found out that they had escaped after being sold to the slave market by human traffickers. Therefore, they followed the nearby route and entered the boundary to search. Unexpectedly, they found torn rags and shoes in the small forest, as well as spots of blood on the ground. It could be said that the Feng Wei and the others had a heavy heart because the clues ended there. They could only send a letter to Fengjiu and ask her to come personally. Chapter 1685. Mistress, it's here. Luo Yu stepped forward and showed her a shoe and a piece of cloth stained with blood. Although this material is dirty and messy, it's still obvious that it's their clothes. According to the investigation, someone heard the roar of a ferocious tiger coming from this small forest. I'm afraid that little Feng Ye's clothes and Yang Yang's clothes were both custom-made. Upon closer inspection, it wasn't hard to find that the material was the same. However, they never expected that when they found them, they would see blood and cloth all over the ground. Feng Jiu held the shoe and her heart sank. She didn't know what to say for a long time. Were the two of them really gone? Did they die in the jaws of Tiger? Let's go back, Feng Xiao said. With a pale face, she turned around and walked back. Her father and the others died in a sea of fire. Now, he couldn't even save his little brother and let him die in the jaws of a tiger. How could he face her father and the others when he went to the underworld? Seeing her father turn and walk back, Feng Jiu narrowed her eyes. Her heart was heavy, and she didn't know what to do. Recent events had happened one after another, catching her off guard. Now, the enemy was watching from the shadows, but she didn't have the ability to deal with them. She really didn't know when all of this would end, and when would she be able to turn things around? After returning to the palace, Feng Jiu walked towards the main hall and saw Ren Xiang walking towards her with a grave expression. Seeing this, she stopped and asked, "Why do you look so pale? Did something happen?" Ren Xiang looked at her and nodded. "Ghost Doctor, I have something to tell you. It's about Mistress." Hearing this, Feng Jiu's eyes flickered. She walked with him to the back hall and sat down in the pavilion. "What is it? Speak." Something happened in the Xianyuan Empire recently. The emperor's cultivation was crippled and his inner core was shattered. He is now an ordinary person. Due to the empire's internal and external troubles, Mistress can't come here for the time being. She sent someone to deliver this letter to you. Ren Xiang took out the letter and handed it to Feng Jiu. Feng Jiu's heart sank when he heard Ren Xiang's words. Even the Xianyuan Empire was affected. Xianyuan Moses' father, the king with the aura of an expert, had his cultivation crippled, just like an ordinary person. The more he thought about it, the more shocked he was. This force actually wanted to destroy their Phoenix dynasty and Xianyuan Empire. She opened the envelope and took a look at the letter Xianyuan Moses had written to her. In it, he had told her everything that he had to deal with recently, including the fact that his father's cultivation had been crippled. After reading his letter, she thought for a while and said to Ren Xiang, "Things on my side are already like this, and there's nothing to protect. How about this? Bring your men back to the Xianyuan Empire to help him." But the enemy on your side is still. Ren Xiang was a little hesitant. The enemy was still in the dark, and he didn't know if they had already left. Was it really okay for him to leave now? Although he was also quite worried about his master's side, his master also placed great importance on her safety. He was worried that if something really happened to her after he left, what should he do? "Don't worry and go. I'm going to discuss the matters here with my father. I already have a plan in mind," she said, telling him not to worry. Chapter 1686. "All right then, I'll go back and make some arrangements first." Ren Xiang cupped his hands and left. Seeing him leave, Feng Jiu sat down for a while before heading to the main hall. She only saw Guan Shilin in the main hall, but her father and the others were nowhere to be seen. She asked, "Brother, where's my father?" Father went back to his room. I saw that he didn't seem to be in a good state of mind, so I let him go back and rest. Too many things have happened recently, and I'm worried that he won't be able to withstand so many shocks. Guan Shilin sighed, looked at her, and asked, "Why did Ren Xiang look for you?" He told me that something happened to Moze, and his father's cultivation was destroyed. Now he's like an ordinary person, and his body is even worse than an ordinary person's. In addition, the 8 great empires are pressuring them, so their troubles are no less than ours. Speaking of this, Feng Jiu sighed softly, leaned back in her chair, and narrowed her eyes. Too many things have happened recently, and I'm a little unprepared. Also, I don't know if the enemy in the dark has left yet. Will they still make a move against us? So I thought a plan. I wanted to discuss it with Father and the others. But looking at the situation, I'm afraid they don't have the energy to do so. "What plan?" Guan Shilin asked. Feng Jiu opened her eyes, sat up straight, and looked at him. "I want to abolish the imperial system, and I want the Feng family to disappear from here." Hearing this, Guan Shilin's heart trembled. "You mean you want to overthrow the Phoenix dynasty that we worked so hard to build? Abolish the imperial system? Let there be no more monarchy here? Only the great families and other forces? Is that what you mean?" "That's right." She nodded. "It's easy to build a dynasty, but it's not easy to protect one, especially now that we've provoked an enemy that we can't deal with. If we continue to protect this dynasty, There will be no people left in the end, and the dynasty will only be an empty shell. There's no point for such a dynasty to exist. I want to take this opportunity to overthrow the dynasty and let father and mother live in seclusion to cultivate. When they are strong enough, it will be easy for us to establish a new dynasty. Her voice paused, and her eyes were gloomy. I have a premonition that if we continue to guard the current Phoenix dynasty, I'm afraid things will get even more out of hand. Grandfather and the others are already gone, and I don't dare to imagine it. If something happens to father and mother, then she wanted to protect her family and the people she valued. However, before she could reach the peak of her strength, if something happened to them, then even if she stood at the peak of the world in the future and had unparalleled strength, what was the use? After hearing her words, Guanxilin fell into deep thought. After a long while, he said, "You can discuss this matter with your parents. Although I think it's a pity, I'll support whatever decision you make. I believe that as long as you tell them in detail, they'll understand. Moreover, we've lost so many Phoenix guards, and our combat power is weak. Even if the person behind the scenes doesn't make a move, I'm afraid that the other countries will take the opportunity to make a move. Since that's the case, why don't we arrange a way out as soon as possible?" Chapter 1687. On the other side, the person Fengjiu and the rest were searching for was currently listening to a black-robed man report the latest news. "Master, some other powers have already begun to search for the Star of the Phoenix. Some have even gone to the Heavenly Mountain to ask the Elder Tianji. There's news that the elders of those sects already know who the Star of the Phoenix is and have secretly sent people to protect her. They want to bring the Star of the Phoenix back to their sections." "The Star of the Phoenix?" Puffed. The person inside sneered. "What destined Star of the Phoenix? The ruler of the world? She's just a woman. What can she do? Those old farts love to play tricks. However, since they want to play, how can we not play with them?" The voice paused and carried a hint of indifference. "Since you've sent people out, have you followed them? Have you found out the direction they've gone? Also, who exactly is the Star of the Phoenix that they speak of?" The kneeling black-robed man, Wen Fong, could not help but lower his head. This subordinate and the rest cannot follow their tracks. When the person inside heard this, his voice turned cold and gloomy. "Since you don't know, then why are you still kneeling here? Why aren't you looking for her?" Yes, the black-robed man replied, then quickly retreated. At this moment, another black-robed man came in from outside and reported, "Master, Han Rong requests an audience." "Let him in." "Yes." The black-robed man replied and walked out. Not long after, a middle-aged man with a pale face walked in. This person was dressed in gray and his hair was white. His figure was thin and his face was pale. His entire aura was eerie and strange. He walked forward step by step and bowed to the figure behind the beaded curtain. "Han Rong greets the Honorable Lord." "Han Rong, did your master ask you to bring some news this time?" The person inside asked. Looking at the movement of the vague silhouette, he seemed to be eating fruits. "Reporting to the Honorable Lord, my master asked me to bring you some news." Han Rong looked at the person inside and replied slowly. "Speak." "My master said that he received news that the Star of the Phoenix is the princess of the Phoenix dynasty, Fengjiu. She cannot be left alive. She must be killed before her wings are fully grown to prevent future troubles. The Star of the Phoenix is Fengjiu." The person seemed to be surprised. "Your information is correct? That Fengjiu is just SOSO. He paused and asked with a smile, "Or did you know that this honorable lord didn't exterminate the Feng clan? So you purposely came here to say this?" "Honorable Lord, I believe that the Honorable Lord will do it if the Honorable Lord's the Honorable Lord. I believe the Honorable Lord will do it of the Honorable Lord's family. I believe the Honorable Lord will do it. Honorable to Lord, the Honorable Lord. If the Honorable Lord." Ha 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 ha. Chapter 1688. This sovereign will tell you something you don't know. That person paused for a moment before continuing. "Perhaps you don't know. This Fengjiu isn't the original Fengjiu. She should have been possessed by someone else. Her body was taken over by a strange soul that came out of nowhere and became the current Fengjiu. If I want to kill these ants, I only need to say a word. I can make them die without a burial ground with just a flick of my finger. However, after discovering this interesting matter, I would like to see how Feng Xiao and the others will treat the person who has taken over his daughter's body after they find out about this. Killing someone is easy, but don't you think it's more interesting to torture her and destroy her mind? Seeing her being questioned by the loved one she valued, seeing her being betrayed, seeing her being abandoned by her loved ones, and suffering physical and mental pain as she dies, this is much more interesting than killing her with a single blow. Don't you think so? Hearing this, Han Rong's eyes lit up. Sovereign Lord is wise. Seemingly satisfied with these few words, that person continued. As for the Emperor of Xianyuan Empire, even though he isn't dead yet, he's no different from a cripple now. His cultivation has been crippled, his strength has dissipated, and his inner core has been shattered. He has fallen from the lofty peak to the bottom of the earth, becoming the lowest soil in the land. Right now, it's easy for anyone to kill him. Even if they don't kill him, he can only wait for his death. Sovereign Lord is wise. Han Rong was able to take revenge, all because of Sovereign Lord's help. Han Rong will never dare to forget Sovereign Lord's help. He immediately knelt down and bowed, seemingly very moved. That's enough. This sovereign isn't a good person, and you aren't a good person either. Your master is even less of a good person. That person waved his hand and said, "We're just using each other. Go back and tell your master that Fengjiu's words are complete nonsense. If he doesn't believe it, wait until I'm tired of playing with them, and I'll take that Fengjiu's life for you to see." Yes, then Han Rong will take his leave first. He cupped his hands and bowed before turning to leave. Outside, his footsteps paused, and he raised his head to look at the sky, revealing a sinister smile. "Fengjiu, you also have a day like this. If it wasn't for Fengjiu's appearance, he would still be the respected Uncle Han of the Xianyuan mansion. If it wasn't for Fengjiu's help, he wouldn't have been beaten down to the mundane world, personally crippled by Xianyuan Mo's, crippled his cultivation, and chased out of the imperial city. In his opinion, he was being merciful to him, but he didn't know that it was worse than death for him. His resentments and his resentment, and soul's wandering his until he met's time, he's to meet his now. He wanted Fengjiu to lose his family, to lose everything. He wanted Xianyuan Mo's to lose the entire Xianyuan Empire. He wanted his father to fall from the clouds to the mundane world. Everything they've given him, he wanted to take it all back. Chapter 1689. Not long after Han Rong left, another black-clothed person came in and handed over a message. When the person inside saw the message on the letter, he snorted coldly. This Feng Xiao actually suppressed this matter? What a surprise! He crumpled the letter in his hand, and it turned into ashes that disappeared in his palm. Since it's like this, then let's help them. Cut the weeds and dig up the roots. This lord wants to see if that Fengjiu is really the Phoenix Star. However, things were always unexpected. A month later, the people here received another piece of news. Master, a month ago, a force launched an attack on the Phoenix Dynasty on a night. They annihilated their entire group, and even the entire palace was turned into ashes. No one survived. The Feng family's people are all dead? That lord was a bit surprised. It wasn't our people who did it? Then who was it? We didn't see anyone escape alive. According to our people, the palace was set up with a barrier at that time. It was impossible for the people inside to escape. Also, it wasn't our people who did it. The black-clothed person reported. Fengjiu is also dead? Did you see the corpse? What about her ancient divine beast fire phoenix? That person asked again. He felt that this matter was strange. How could it die so easily? That night, we saw the ancient divine beast fire phoenix appear to fight. However, it was shot down by an arrow in the end. Its entire body caught fire, and it fell into the flames and disappeared without a trace. The black-clothed person paused and said, "Our people saw it with their own eyes. It shouldn't be fake. However, there's a strange matter." "Oh, what is it?" Before this, Feng Xiao had issued an imperial order. He said that the Phoenix Guards had suffered heavy losses. He said that they provoked a strong enemy and couldn't protect the Phoenix Dynasty. From the day the imperial order was issued, the system of the dynasty was abolished. In the future, there would only be the various family forces, and there would no longer be the imperial family ruling. Hearing this, that lord behind the scenes was silent. He tapped his finger on the table, making knocking sounds. After a long time, he said, "Interesting." He gave it up just like that. He really is willing to give up everything that he obtained with great difficulty. However, are the Feng family's people really dead? I won't believe it if I don't see the corpse. Master, do you suspect that they are trying to escape? The man in black asked. Don't you think so? The man in black pondered for a moment and said, That night, I heard screams coming from inside. Furthermore, the barrier didn't disperse until the fire burned everything to ashes. How could those people have the strength to escape under such circumstances? Forget it. Since they're dead, then they're dead. Who cares if they escaped or not? You just have to send the news out and get someone to bring it to Han Rong. Whether it's true or not, Han Rong will investigate. He waved his hand, indicating for him to leave. Yes. The black-clothed man bowed and left respectfully. In the Xianyuan Empire, after hearing the news brought back by Ren Xiang, Xianyuan Mose asked, How is it? Where are they? Is everything all right? Ren Xiang smiled and said, Don't worry, master. The ghost doctor has arranged everything and avoided those people's eyes and ears. At this moment, they should already be out of the Phoenix dynasty's territory. The ghost doctor said that after she has settled her parents and family, she will send someone to deliver a letter to master. Chapter 1690. However, this was also good. At least before the enemy was clear, they would not be in a dangerous situation where the enemy was in the dark while they were in the light. Master, this is the pill that the ghost doctor asked me to bring back. She said that it can repair the Emperor's damaged inner core. She said that even if his cultivation is destroyed, he can still cultivate from the beginning. The pill inside is for the Emperor to take regularly. When she comes over, she will help the Emperor take a look at the situation. Ren Xiang handed the pills over to him. His heavy heart finally eased a little after returning to his side. He knew that with his master's strength and methods, as long as he was in charge, he would definitely be able to stabilize the entire Xianyuan Empire and prevent any external enemies from invading. On the other side, Feng Zhou arranged his subordinates into several groups and split up. They did not stop at the Phoenix dynasty, but went to their other base, the valley whereby Xiao and the others had gathered. She planned to settle her parents and the Phoenix guards there. On the one hand, it would allow them to improve their strength, and, on the other hand, it would be safer there. Master, Luo Yu and the others have arrived at the valley first. Du Fan walked up and said to Feng Jiao, There were fewer people in their group. Other than Feng Xiao and his wife, there were only their masters Feng Jiao and Guan Shilin, as well as Leng Hua and Leng Xuan. In the carriage, Feng Jiao poked his head out to look at the sky and said, It's getting late. Let's find a place nearby to rest tonight. We should arrive tomorrow after a day's journey. Yes. Du Fan responded and said a few words to Leng Hua. The two of them found a place for them to stop and rest. The group of people sat around a fire by the road. Du Fan and the others went to find game to roast. Seeing that her father was silent all the way, Feng Jiao asked, Father, are you reluctant to leave our home? Feng Xiao sighed and said, I was born and raised in this place, but now I have to abandon my hometown and my family has been destroyed. How can everything that I have experienced during this period of time be alleviated in such a short time? It would be a lie to say that I don't feel reluctant or sad. Shangguan Wanrong patted his hand and said, Don't think too much. Home is where your family is. Moreover, it's not like we won't go back there. If there's a chance in the future, we can still go back, right? I know. Feng Xiao nodded and said firmly, In the future, our family will definitely go back. Seeing this, Feng Jiao, he cut a piece of his mother's hand and said, Father, eat some. As she spoke, she cut another piece and gave it to her mother. Have a good rest after eating. You'll arrive tomorrow after another day's journey. Okay. The two of them answered as they tore into the barbecued meat. Feng Jiao and Guan Shilin walked around after eating. Looking at Feng Jiao beside him, Guan Shilin asked, Xiao Jiao, Do you want to go into seclusion to cultivate when we arrive at the valley? Yes, I'm preparing to advance to the fairy realm. I'll go out after my strength and cultivation have stabilized. Chapter 1691. She paused for a moment, then said, I don't want to see the people around me die again. I hope that they can live well. Hearing this, Guanxilin said, Don't worry, I'll help you. I can help you train them and increase their strength again. He was a Xian martial artist, and his current strength and cultivation were already at the top of the Xian martial artists. In addition, he had mastered quite a few martial arts techniques and killing moves. Training the Phoenix Guards shouldn't be difficult for him. Feng Jiu nodded, then said, Then when we reach the valley, I'll leave the Phoenix Guards and the others to you. As for the problem of pills, don't worry. I'll provide you with enough pills so that everyone can advance in the shortest time possible. The group rested there for the night. When the sun rose the next day, they continued their journey towards their destination. Master, Madam Master, Luo, Yu, and the others, who had arrived at the valley earlier than them, greeted them halfway. When they saw them, they cupped their hands and bowed, saying, Everything in the valley has been arranged. Master, Madam, please come in and rest. Father, Mother, go in and rest first. Feng Jiu said, instructing Leng Hua and Leng Shuang to take care of her parents. What about you? Aren't you going to rest first? Don't tell me you still have things to do. Feng Xiao looked at Feng Jiu and asked. She had been vigilant the entire time, protecting them, afraid that someone in the dark would target them. He knew that she hadn't rested well either. Dufan and I will go strengthen the surrounding formations and barriers. Feng Jiu smiled, saying, It's okay, I'm not tired. I'll go back after I've rearranged them. You guys going first? All right then. Feng Xiao nodded, saying, If you're too tired, it won't be too late to do it tomorrow. I know. She looked at her mother, saying, Mother, go in with father first. Shangguan Wanrong revealed a faint smile. I know. You also don't need to be busy for too long. After her voice fell, she walked inside with Feng Xiao. Seeing them enter, she made arrangements for Luo Yu and the others, then said to Du Fan, Come with me. Yes. Du Fan replied and followed behind her. On this day, the Feng Wei and the others, as well as Feng Xiao and the others, were all present. Even though they had experienced so many things, the Feng Wei was still in an orderly formation with a piercingly cold aura. It was already evening by the time they finished setting up the surrounding formations and barriers. Feng Jiu didn't go to rest. Instead, he brought Du Fan to the forest in the valley. As early as half an incense stick's time ago, Luo Yu and the others had received Feng Jiu's order to wait here. Therefore, when Feng Jiu walked over, all the Phoenix Guard were already standing there. Greetings, Master. Everyone knelt on one knee and saluted. Feng Jiu stood in front of them and looked at the Feng Wei kneeling on one knee in front of him. He didn't know what to feel. There were so many people in the Feng family, but now there were only 88 people left. It could be said that none of the Feng Wei in the Imperial Palace had survived, and those who could survive were the people who were guarding the Feng family at that time, as well as some Feng Wei who were scattered outside to gather information. Chapter 1692. Yes, sonorous and powerful voices rang out in unison. These days, their companions had died, their friends had died, but they had survived. Every time they thought of the helplessness they felt when they couldn't save them, they hated their own incompetence. Only strength could protect the people they wanted to protect. There was never a moment when they didn't want to become stronger. It would be difficult for them to do it on their own. However, if they had the help of their master, they believed that they could do it. Get up, she said, and after everyone stood up, she continued, I will provide you with the advancement pills, and my brother will train you during this time. I hope to see each and every one of you improve by leaps and bounds. She looked at them and said a few words to Guanxilin, then turned and left, leaving the people behind her to him. In the next few days, Feng Jiu used all the spiritual herbs in her space to refine the advancement pills. After refining a batch of pills, she saw that there were fewer herbs in her space. She wanted to let Du Fan and the others go out, but in the end, she decided to go into the city herself. Just as she was about to tell her parents and prepare to go out, she met Guan Shilin waiting for her outside the courtyard. "Brother, what's the matter? I heard that you're going out?" Guan Shilin looked at her and asked. "Yes, I'm going to the city to buy some spiritual herbs." "Why? Do you have something you want to buy?" "I'll buy it on the way back." Feng Jiu said. "What do I have to buy?" "I'm just worried that it's not safe for you to go out alone." "How about this? I'll go with you." Hearing this, Feng Jiu smiled and waved her hand. "No need. No need. I'm going to dress up as a little beggar and enter the city." She flicked the red clothes on her body and said, "I can't wear this dazzling outfit. The news must have spread. There might be many people watching in the dark. It's the safest and most convenient way for me to dress up as a little beggar and enter the city." "But you can't do it yourself." He said, "How about this? Since you want to dress up as a beggar, I'll dress up as a beggar and go to the city with you." "You?" She looked at him in surprise, then laughed and waved her hand. "No, no, you're not cut out for that." "What do you mean by that? If you can do it, why can't I?" Guan Shilin said disapprovingly. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw her slap his chest. "Look at you. Your muscles are firm, and you're tall and strong. You don't look like a beggar at all." All right, that's it. I won't talk to you anymore. I have to go back and prepare before entering the city." Feng Jiu smiled and turned to leave, preparing to return to his room to change his clothes. Hearing her words, Guan Shilin couldn't help but lower his head and look at his muscular body. He frowned and said, "That's true. It's okay to say that I'm a thug, but no one would believe that I'm a beggar." However, he was still a little worried about letting her enter the city alone. "Are you worried about Master?" Du Fan had walked over at some point and appeared beside him. Guan Shilin glanced at him and said, "How can I not be worried? The Phoenix dynasty is gone, and so is the Feng clan. She left her home and came here. Who knows how many people outside want her life? How can she be at ease if she goes out alone?" Chapter 1693. Guan Shilin glanced at him and said, "You seem to be very confident in her." That's true. Master has faced so many dangers and has always turned misfortune into fortune. It's just entering the city. What could possibly happen? Moreover, I believe that even if something were to happen, Master would have a way to deal with it. If you go with her, you might not be helping her, but you might even be a hindrance." Hearing this, Guan Shilin did not say anything else and just stood there quietly, until he saw Feng Jiu go back to her room and change into a shabby beggar's outfit and walk out along a small path. He could not help but sigh and did not follow her. That's right. Even Du Fan could see through her and trust her. How could he not trust her? With her strength, who could possibly be her opponent in this place? Even if there was danger, it would definitely not be that dangerous. Feng Jiu was wearing a shabby beggar's outfit and a pair of broken shoes that exposed 2 toes. She walked leisurely towards the city. Wearing this outfit and smearing her face with dust, she looked ordinary and inconspicuous. Whether it was on the mountain path or after entering the city, she only attracted the disdainful gazes of others. She did not wander around, but walked into the largest elixir store in the city. She took out a list and placed it in front of the shopkeeper. "Shopkeeper, I've collected all the herbs on this list, and I'll give it to." Before she could finish, the shopkeeper raised his hand and slapped her away. "Where did this little beggar come from? Get out of here. Don't block our business. Quick, get out." The shopkeeper looked at the beggar's shabby clothes and skinny body. From the looks of it, she probably did not have anything valuable on her. He immediately waved his hand and began to chase her away. "Hey, don't chase me away. I'm here to buy things. Don't worry, I have money." She dodged as she smiled and handed the list to the shopkeeper. "Give me all the herbs on this list. You won't be short of benefits." The shopkeeper looked at him suspiciously. He took the list and looked at it. Immediately, he became angry and scolded. "Little bastard, you dare to say that you're not here to fool me? How many herbs did you say were on this list? A cart? A truckload of everything? You bastard, don't interfere with my business. Get lost. If you don't scram, I'll get someone to chase you out." Seeing this, Feng Jiu had no choice but to put away the list. You don't want to do business even when there's a chance. You're really a stubborn old man. She shook her head and walked out. She started with some of the smaller medicine shops and collected the medicine she needed. However, there were not many things in those smaller pharmacies, and some of the main ingredients were only enough for a dozen people. Seeing this, she set her sights on the underground black market in the city. Looks like I have no choice but to make a trip to the black market. She still needed to cultivate in seclusion, so it was impossible for her to waste too much time on collecting spiritual herbs. The fastest way was to find the manager of this black market and let him do it. At the entrance of the black market, she handed over the black token. "I want to see your manager." The guard glanced at the black token, took it, and sent it inside. However, not long after, several people came out. "Our master wants you to leave immediately. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite." Hearing this, Feng Jiu raised her eyebrows, and her eyes moved slightly. "What do you mean? Where's my black token?" Chapter 1694. Our manager said to take back that black token. "If you know what's good for you, leave quickly. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite." The black market guard didn't know who this little beggar was. He was only following the orders of the higher-ups. Those who could hold their black token were usually big shots with reputations. This little beggar in front of them didn't know where he got his black token, so it was normal for the manager to take it back. Hearing that, Feng Jiu's lips curled up, revealing a smile that wasn't a smile. "Your manager asked you to take it back? You've got guts." It seemed like she was being bullied by dogs where she was down. Some people in the black market must have gotten wind of the news about the Phoenix dynasty, so they were tempted. As for the black market in the 8 great empires, she believed that after working together for so long, the owner of the black market wouldn't do such a despicable thing at this time. It should be the people below who were deceiving their superiors and wanted to take away her black token. However, was her black token so easy to take away? Since he wanted it, then she would give it to him. She wanted to see if it was good or bad for the manager to have her black token. Thus, she glanced at the black market's entrance, revealing an indescribable smile. Then, she turned and left, disappearing into the street. However, after walking for a distance, her eyes flickered and a cold glint flashed across her eyes. It seemed like the manager of the black market had some ability. He actually dared to follow her? Good, very good. She wanted to see what they wanted to do. She turned into a deserted alley. Not long later, she saw several men in black chasing after her, looking for her. She smiled and walked out from the corner. "Looking for me?" She leaned against the corner of the wall, crossing her arms as she looked at those men in black. Those men in black saw that the little beggar suddenly walked out and were a little surprised. Just now, they clearly felt that there was no aura here. Then where did this little beggar come from? Or was he hiding his aura all along? To be able to hide his aura so well, who exactly was this little beggar? Why did the higher-ups let them take his life? "Kill him," one of them shouted, drawing his sword and charging forward. The people behind him also attacked instantly, rushing forward with a whoosh. However, at this moment, the expressions of those who rushed forward changed, and they froze on the spot. They only felt their vision turn black, and their bodies fell down powerlessly. Bang! Feng Jiu took out a fruit from somewhere and started chewing it. She looked at the people on the ground and snorted coldly. She walked forward and kicked their bodies. She hooked their chinquan bags with the tip of her foot and turned to walk out of the alley. When Feng Nine appeared in front of the gate of the black market again, he had changed his clothes, and his face was slightly modified. His original appearance could no longer be seen. He was not handsome, but under the contrast of the white clothes, he looked graceful and elegant, like a noble young master. She held a folding fan in her hand and opened it with a whoosh. With one hand behind her back and the other gently fanning herself, she walked leisurely into the black market. The people in the black market hurriedly greeted her and led her inside. Chapter 1695. Young Master, you look unfamiliar. Is this your first time here? The manager asked. Feng Jiu glanced at him. You are... Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. My surname is Sun, and I'm the manager of the black market. Young Master, you can call me Manager Sunday. He smiled and sized up the young master in white in front of him. So it's Manager Sunday. Feng Jiu glanced at him with a half smile. I'm not from here. I heard that the black market has things that the outside world doesn't have. Even elixirs can be collected in large quantities in a day. Therefore, I'd like to discuss business with Manager Sunday. Hearing this, Manager Sun's eyes flashed. Oh, young master, you're a medicine merchant? Fengzhou's lips curled. Why? Do you think the black market is picky when doing business? How could that be? Young master, this way please. Manager Sun smiled and gestured for him to enter. Under Manager Sun's lead, Fengzhou entered. After sitting down, she took out a list. These are the elixirs I want. Manager Sun, see if you can help me gather them by tomorrow. She paused and smiled. As long as the elixirs are gathered, Manager Sun will naturally receive all the benefits. Hearing this, Manager Sun smiled and took a look. He was slightly surprised. You want so much? And they're not ordinary elixirs. Young master, the cost of these elixirs will be a huge sum of money. What he meant was, can you take out so much money? Manager Sun, don't worry. I can still afford this amount of money. As she spoke, she turned her hand and took out a crystal. This is a supreme grade crystal, considered a small reward from Manager Sunday. Once the matter is settled, the rest is more important. Looking at the dazzling supreme grade crystal, Manager Sun's heart skipped a beat. He concluded that this person must be the son of an aristocratic family. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to have such a top-grade crystal stone. It should be known that the price of such a top-grade crystal stone was not cheap, but he actually gave it to him as a gift. It was obvious that his family was rich. All right, young master doesn't need to worry. I will definitely be able to prepare all the spirit herbs tonight and wait for young master to collect them tomorrow. However, he smiled and said, young master should also prepare some funds when you return. After all, there's so many spirit herbs. If we can't pay for them, we won't be able to hand them over to young master. I know. Manager Sun, don't worry. She flicked her robe and stood up. Then I'll have to trouble Manager Sun to help me settle this as soon as possible. Tomorrow morning, I'll bring the money for the medicine over. All right, leave it to me. Manager Sun couldn't help but have an excited smile on his face when he thought about the big business deal he had just made. He was prepared to personally send the white-clothed man out, but unexpectedly, the white-clothed man stopped when he reached the battle arena. Young master, could it be that you're also interested in this challenge? Manager Sun asked with a smile. He also stopped and looked at the two people fighting on the stage. It's quite fun. She rubbed her fists and said to Manager Sun, Manager Sun, you don't have to follow me. I want to go down and play a few rounds. You can go do your own thing. I see. All right, then I'll get someone to entertain you. Manager Sun waved his hand and called another person over. After giving a few instructions, he bid farewell to Fengzhou and turned to do other things. Chapter 1696. She walked forward and registered outside the arena. Then, she placed her money and bet on herself to win. Then, she entered the arena and started sparring with the people inside. On the other side, Manager Sun, who had instructed people to prepare the medicinal herbs, was just finishing his instructions when a guard came over and reported in a low voice, Manager, that young man in white has already won 10 rounds in a row and won a huge sum of money. Other than that, no one else dares to enter the arena. Won 10 rounds in a row? Isn't that person a golden core cultivator? Why is no one a match for him? Manager Sun frowned slightly. He sized up that young man in white and saw that he was at the peak of the golden core realm at such a young age. That was why he thought that he should be a disciple of a large family clan. Although he was young, his talent was outstanding. However, in the arena, how could no one be a match for him at the peak of the golden core realm? That young man in white's movement technique is strange. He didn't hit his subordinates too hard. However, every one of them was knocked out in less than 3 moves. Hearing this, Manager Sun turned and walked towards the arena, intending to take a look himself. However, before he reached the arena, he saw the white-clothed young man walk out of the arena with a flick of his robe. He then followed an old man to the back. He stopped in his tracks and stared at the old man with a frown. Isn't that elder he? Why is he at the front? I don't know. We didn't inform him, the guard beside him said. The black market was divided into 2 factions. One belonged to the president, and the other belonged to the two elders who guarded the black market. The manager naturally obeyed the president's orders, and so did they. However, some of them obeyed the two elders' orders. Both sides had their own forces behind them, and they couldn't stand the actions of the other party. Hence, there was no lack of secret fighting. They wanted to push the two elders away, and the two elders wanted to pull the president down. At this moment, seeing that one of the two elders had actually appeared in front of them, they were naturally puzzled. Behind them, the old man who brought Fengjiu to a guest room ordered someone to guard the door. He then gestured to Fengjiu, "Young Master Feng, please take a seat." Hearing this, Fengjiu raised her eyebrows and looked at the elder. "How did you know it was me?" She walked forward and sat down on the right seat. The old man smiled and sat down in the main seat on the left. He personally poured a cup of tea for her and said, "That son guy has eyes but can't see." Naturally, he can't recognize young Master Feng. Although this old man has never seen young Master Feng before, as an elder of the black market branch, I have inquired about young Master Feng, who holds a first-class black token. Originally, I wasn't sure, but after seeing young Master Feng fight with someone in the arena, I knew it was young Master Feng. "Oh, you can recognize me just by exchanging blows with others?" Hearing this, the old man smiled and said, "Young Master Feng might not know, but a few years ago, I saw young Master Feng exchanging blows with someone. I remember young Master Feng's strange moves. Elder, he has good eyesight." She was still thinking that with her disguise, it was impossible to see her original appearance. How could someone recognize her? "I don't dare." He smiled and raised his cup of tea. "Young Master Feng, please. Please." She also raised her cup and took a sip. Chapter 1697. As an elder of the black market, even if it was just a branch elder, he knew how powerful the ghost doctor's name was these few years. Even an elder like him didn't have as many rich experiences and fortuitous encounters as she did. He heard that she even went to the 8 great empires, but he didn't expect that he would come back here again and see her here. Seeing her here, he could more or less guess that the recent rumor of the Phoenix Empire being burned down was related to her. If it wasn't her idea, then it was her plan to beat them at their own game to get rid of the enemy. Only to destroy a dynasty just like that, this kind of breadth of mind, this kind of courage, really made many people feel ashamed of their inferiority. Looking at the people guarding outside, Fengjiu's eyes moved slightly, asking, "Looks like the black market isn't too peaceful here. Since Elder, he doesn't know that I'm here, then you shouldn't know that my black order was detained by your manager's son, right?" "What?" Elder, he was shocked and stood up in disbelief. That grandson actually dared to detain young Master Feng's black order? He must have eaten a leopard's guts. "I originally planned to buy some herbs from the black market, but the moment I handed over my black order, it was detained by him, and he even sent people to kill me. Hee. I also think that his guts aren't small." She played with the teacup in her hand, slowly speaking. "Young Master Feng, I'm really sorry. I believe you know quite a bit about this internal strife, but don't worry. I'll report this matter, and I'll definitely let the higher-ups take care of them. As long as this matter was reported, then the black market's president would have to change. The heavens were really helping him. This surnamed son really didn't have eyes, actually having ideas about the ghost doctor. Daring to have ideas about the ghost doctor, he wanted to see how they would die in the end." Fengjiu only smiled, but didn't say a word. Seeing this, Elder, he paused, then asked, "Then I wonder what herbs young Master Feng wants? I can get people to prepare them for young Master." "No need. I've already asked Manager's son to do it. Let him handle this matter." She turned the teacup in her hand and said, "But there's something I need your help with. Please instruct me, young Master Feng." Elder, he hurriedly said. Her eyes were gloomy as she said, "Help me send a letter to the 8 great empires and have them pass it to your masters." "All right." Old, he responded and went inside to take out a brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. Then he retreated a little and sat down. Fengjiu wrote a letter, asking the black market to help investigate this force. After working together for so long, although she had never met the owner of the black market, she believed that the owner of the black market would help her. Moreover, if she and Xinyuan Mose could not find out about the power, then perhaps only the master of the black market could find out. Receiving the letter from Fengjiu, old he said, "Young Master Feng, don't worry. I will have someone send this letter as soon as possible. It will definitely reach them. Okay, help me settle my winnings. I'm leaving." She gestured. "Sure. Young Master Feng, please take a seat." He walked out and asked someone to calculate the amount of money she had earned from winning 10 rounds in a row and hand it over to her. Then, he personally saw her out. At this moment, he saw Manager's son waiting outside. Chapter 1698. What do you mean by receiving your guests? Oldie snorted. The guests here are all from the black market. I happened to be free and saw that this young master's skills were extraordinary, so I chatted with him for a while and drank a cup of tea with him. Why? Do I need your permission? Ha ha ha, I wouldn't dare. You are the mayor of the black market. I'm just a small manager. How would I dare to ask? He said in a strange tone, then looked at Fengjiu, who was standing leisurely with his hands behind his back. He said, "Young master, I heard that you won 10 rounds in a row. I came especially to congratulate you. Did they pay for your winnings?" They already paid. As Fengjiu said, he looked at Manager's son and said, "Manager's son, arrange the things I want as soon as possible. I hope that tomorrow's trip will not be in vain." No, I will prepare it for you tonight." As he spoke, he personally saw Fengjiu out. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw that old he did not follow, so he asked, "Young master, we have already made such a big deal, but we don't even know your surname." This seems. Fengjiu, who had already walked to the entrance of the black market, stopped and glanced at him with a faint smile. He said meaningfully, "Manager's son, why are you in such a hurry? When we meet again, you will definitely know who I am." Hearing this, Manager's son was startled for a moment. When he wanted to ask again, he saw that the white-clothed young man had already walked into the crowd. Seeing this, he gave a meaningful glance to the guards behind him, indicating for them to follow and keep an eye on the white-clothed young man. After leaving the black market, Fengjiu did not go back. Instead, he strolled around the city for a while, then found a restaurant and ordered a table of food and wine to eat. His leisurely expression was like that of a noble young master going out to play, as if he did not know that someone was watching him in the dark. On this day, she wandered around. Sometimes she would sit in a restaurant to eat meat and drink wine. Sometimes she would sit in a tea house to sip tea. Sometimes she would sit in a street stall to eat snacks. The day passed by as she wandered around. When night fell, she checked into an inn. After a comfortable bath, she put on her underwear and rested on the bed for a while. When it was late at night, she opened her eyes and jumped out of the bed. She took out a dazzling red robe from the space and put it on. She opened the window and jumped out of the window. Just as she jumped out of the window, the two people in charge of watching her, one in front and one behind. The person behind only felt a gust of cold wind, as if his neck was pricked by a needle and his whole body fell down. When the person in front heard the commotion, he rushed to the back to take a look, only to see that person collapsed in the corner of the wall. He immediately went forward, but before he could do anything, he also collapsed. "You dare to follow me with this kind of skill?" She coldly snorted. Her red robe fluttered, and she stepped on the wind and headed towards the black market. She had come in during the day, so she was very familiar with the route. After she snuck in, she headed straight for the black market's medicine pavilion. One day's time was enough for Manager's son to move the medicinal ingredients. When she saw the person guarding the medicine pavilion, her eyes moved slightly. Feeling the movement of the wind, she directly grabbed a handful of medicinal powder and opened her hand, letting the medicinal powder drift in the air with the night wind. In the backyard of the black market, he was talking to another elder about seeing the ghost Dr. Fengjiu today. Chapter 1699. What do you think? Elder, he asked with a smile. He was also very curious. The old man glanced at Elder He and said, "Even if he doesn't die, he'll still lose a layer of skin." When he said this, the two looked at each other and smiled. Provoking the ghost doctor, they didn't need to make a move. They would have to bear the consequences. On the other side, Fengjiu, who had entered the medicine pavilion after taking down the guards, put all the medicine she needed into her space. She didn't take much from the others. After all, She only wanted to teach the person in charge of the black market a lesson. She didn't want to become enemies with the owner of the black market. After leaving the medicine pavilion, she left in a flash and went to the back to grab a guard. "Where's your manager's courtyard?" That guard was shocked. He only felt his throat being choked and his whole body being lifted up. He had no choice but to stand on his tiptoes to relieve the pressure on his neck. His face was filled with shock and horror. What kind of place was the black market? Someone actually dared to break in at night? Who the hell is this guy? Wasn't he afraid of the black market's revenge? "Speak." Feng Jiu's voice deepened, and the hand holding the guard's throat tightened a bit. That person's face flushed red, and his heartbeat quickened. In an instant, he felt the aura of death approaching. Instinctively, he could only point ahead. Up ahead, there's a courtyard on the right. As soon as he finished speaking, the back of his neck was hit hard, and his whole body fell down. Feng Jiu dragged him to a corner and rushed forward. She didn't know if the people of the black market were overconfident or if they felt that no one would dare to enter the black market at night. Other than the guards in front, it could be said that there wasn't a single guard in the courtyard outside. Of course, to be able to live in this courtyard, which one of them wasn't at the peak of the Golden Core stage? Even that manager's son was at the peak of the Golden Core stage, not to mention those two elders. She restrained her aura and flashed into the room through the open window. She didn't walk to the bedside, but sat down on a chair not far from the bed. Her finger casually tapped on the armrest. Knock, 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 knock. In the quiet night, a few soft knocks were exceptionally clear. Almost at the same time, manager's son woke up abruptly. As he jumped up, he lifted the bed curtains and shouted, "Who is it?" However, when he borrowed the night light that shone into the room and saw the handsome and devilish young man in red sitting on the chair, he couldn't help but be shocked. "Ghost, ghost doctor." Hee. "I thought you would say it's a ghost." She chuckled as she looked at the person whose face had turned pale from fright. However, when manager's son heard this voice, he was even more shocked. He pointed at Feng Jiu in disbelief. You are the white-robed young master from today? What are you doing here? You just found out?" She raised her eyebrows and curled her lips into a devilish smile. "Didn't I tell you before? When you see me again, you'll know who I am." Hearing this, manager's son retreated in fear and opened his mouth to call for help. However, just as he opened his mouth and before he could make a sound, he felt a strong pressure coming towards him, causing the blood in his body to run amok. A mouthful of blood violently spat out from his throat. Pooh! Chapter 1700. Do you think I'm easy to deal with? Feng Jiu played with her hair, her voice languid as she said, "After provoking me, you should have thought of the consequences. Isn't that right, manager's son?" She stood up, flicked her robes, and walked towards the bed step by step. Looking at the person sitting by the bed, she suddenly reached out and pinched his chin. "Tell me, how should I repay you?" Manager's son's eyes widened as he stared at her in horror. He wanted to shake his head, but he couldn't. It was as if his body had been nailed to the ground, unable to move. He knew that this was the pressure of a strong cultivator that had directly stunned him. At this moment, he was filled with regret. If he had known that the ghost doctor was so difficult to deal with, if he had known that she was so terrifying, he definitely wouldn't have gone against her. "I have quite a few strange pills on hand. How about I reward you with one?" She revealed an evil smile, and with a flip of her other hand, a dark green pill appeared in the palm of her hand. Looking at the strange dark green pill, cold sweat dripped from manager's son's forehead. His body stiffened, and he wanted to retreat, but his chin was pinched open. "Eat it. No need to be polite. Take this pill as a gift from me." She stuffed the pill into his mouth and said, "Oh, I forgot to tell you. I've already stored away all the medicine in the medicine collection pavilion. You don't have to wait for me to collect the medicine tomorrow. It'll save you the trouble." She released his chin and retreated a few steps. Her beautiful eyes narrowed, and she smiled wickedly. "Don't worry, I won't kill you. I'll leave you for the higher-ups to deal with. As for the effects of this pill, I think you'll find out very soon." As soon as she finished speaking, the red figure flashed, and she stepped through the door and left. Not long after, she disappeared into the night. Once she left, the pressure in the entire room also dissipated, and the force that was suppressing him also disappeared without a trace. However, when he thought of the pill he had eaten, his face couldn't help but turn pale. His entire body went limp on the bed as he shouted outside. Someone come. Someone come quickly. However, there was no one guarding outside the courtyard, and the people nearby had already been taken down by Fungio. For a moment, no one heard anything. About the time it took for an incense stick to burn. The guard who fell in the medicine pavilion was discovered by the patrolling guards. In a moment, the lights were lit, and everyone quickly went to inform their superiors. Some ran to inform the two elders, while others ran to inform Manager Sunday. Not good. Not good. Elder, something has happened. A guard hurriedly slammed on the door and shouted. In the room, the two men who were chatting while playing chess paused and looked at each other. One of them asked, "What happened?" Someone snuck into the medicine pavilion and stole most of the spirit medicines inside. The guard outside said. The door opened and a person walked out. Oh, how could it be stolen? Isn't there a guardian guarding that place all day long? Yes, but the medicine that was brought in today is all gone. As for how much we lost, we have already sent someone to check. Also, someone has already gone to inform Manager Sunday, the guard reported. Chapter 17:01. The guard lowered his head. The guards have all fainted. Hearing this, the two elders immediately walked out. When they arrived at the pavilion of medicine, they saw that most of the medicine was still there. Only the batch of medicine that had just been brought in today was missing. Seeing this, the two elders already knew who did it. At this moment, a guard hurriedly reported, "Not good, Elder. Manager's son. The two elders didn't ask any questions. Instead, they walked straight to Manager Sun's courtyard. As soon as they entered the courtyard, they heard a terrified scream coming from inside. They couldn't help but stop in their tracks. After hesitating for a while, they walked in. No. Quick, give me a doctor. Get a doctor." Manager Sun's terrified voice came from inside the room. No one knew what he was saying. They only knew that he was frantically asking someone to get a doctor. As soon as they entered the room, they could smell the thick stench of blood. The two elders frowned. What's going on? What happened to Manager Sun? A guard stepped forward and said, "Elder, Manager Sun is hiding on the bed and doesn't dare to let us near him. He won't even let us see. We don't know what happened to him. However, the smell of blood in the room is very strong. I'm afraid." Hearing this, the two elders stepped forward and pulled open the bed curtain. When they saw the person who was curled up in the corner of the bed, they couldn't help but jump in fright. Their faces were full of horror. They immediately let go of the bed curtain and took 3 steps back. The two elders' hearts were like a tidal wave, stirring up thousands of waves. When they saw the scene, they felt a chill run down their spine. They couldn't believe it. During the day, he was still fine. At this moment, he didn't even look like a human or a ghost. The moment the bed curtain was pulled open, the two elders saw Manager Sun curled up in the corner of the bed. He was wearing a white inner robe, but his entire body was drenched in blood. It was as if his skin and flesh were falling off. Layer by layer, it was a ghastly sight. "The doctor is here. The doctor is here." The guard brought the doctor in. Following him were the alchemists from the black market. When they heard that something had happened, they came over to take a look. "Open the bed curtain and ask Manager Sun to come out," the doctor said as he smelled the thick stench of blood. He then opened the doors and windows to disperse the smell. Doctor, you have to save me. You have to save me." Manager Sun rushed out and grabbed the old man in front. "Hurry up and take a look at me. What's wrong with me? What's wrong with me? Will I die? Will he die?" When they saw Manager Sun rushing out from the bed, other than the two elders who had seen his condition earlier, everyone else was shocked and involuntarily retreated. Even the doctor paled in fright when he was grabbed by Manager Sun's bloody hand. He hurriedly shouted, You let go of my hand and sit down first. I'll take a look at you. You have to save me. You have to save me. If you don't save me, I will definitely die. I will definitely suffer a fate worse than death." He murmured. It was unknown if he was scared silly or what, but his flesh was peeling off and his blood dyed his inner clothes red. However, it was as if he didn't feel anything. His expression was somewhat crazy. When the alchemist and the two black market doctors saw this scene, They could not help but shudder. They looked at him in shock and asked, How? How did this happen? Chapter 1702. I know I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Woo! I don't dare anymore. I really don't dare anymore. Amidst manager's son's cries, the old man finished his diagnosis, but shook his head with a serious expression. This old man is powerless. Please find someone more qualified. With that, he turned and walked out. Seeing this, he instructed, let manager's son take care of him. Then he left with everyone, leaving behind manager's son, who was still muttering to himself. Outside, the others were a little shocked by this scene, and they couldn't help but surround the two elders and ask, Elders, do you know what happened to manager's son? Why did he suddenly become like this? I heard that there were people who came to the medicine pavilion to steal medicinal ingredients tonight. Oomph. Oldie snorted coldly and said, He brought this upon himself. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but look at each other, then cupped their hands and bowed to Oldie. Would Oldie please explain? Could it be that he had offended some incredible person? Otherwise, why would a perfectly fine person suddenly become like this? Seeing that everyone here was from the black market, Oldie said, This person's surnamed son secretly detained the ghost doctor's black order and even ordered people to kill the ghost doctor. Humph. What a dog. He didn't even look at who the ghost doctor was, daring to take advantage of the situation to hit a person who was down. If the ghost doctor didn't take care of him, who would she take care of? Hearing this, everyone was shocked and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The ghost doctor? He actually detained the ghost doctor's black order? Who was the ghost Dr. Fungio? Was she someone they could offend, someone they could provoke? Even if her current situation was different from before, she was definitely not someone they could provoke. This manager's son had really eaten a bear's heart and leopard's guts. Thinking of this, they couldn't help but ask, Then what do we do now? What do you mean, what do we do? Get someone to watch over son, then report this matter. He said, flicking his sleeves and leaving with the other elder. Everyone stayed for a while, then left as well. It was better for them not to get involved in this matter. The next evening, Feng Jiao returned to the valley. Shangguan Wanrong and the others, who had been waiting for her, were relieved to see her return safely. Xiao Jiao, there's porridge in the kitchen that's still warm. Eat some first. Shangguan Wanrong looked her up and down and asked, Are you hurt? No, it went very smoothly. The medicinal herbs this time are enough for me to refine a lot of medicinal pills. Of course, she didn't take back the black order. However, it didn't matter if she didn't get the black token back. One day, it would return to her. Hearing this, Shangguan Wanrong revealed a shallow smile. It's good that you're not injured. Eat something and rest well for a while. Your father said yesterday that he was a little worried about you going out alone. Where's father? Feng Jiao asked. He went to watch the Phoenix Guards train with Shilin. Feng Jiao nodded. She followed her mother to the kitchen and sat down at a table outside. After eating, she went back to her room to take a bath and rest. At night, she chatted with her parents for a while and gave them some instructions. Then, she prepared to refine medicinal pills. In the following days, she helped the Phoenix Guards refine large amounts of medicinal pills. Then, she entered the space to cultivate. Chapter 1703. Days passed, and the time in the space was 3 times longer than outside. During this period, Feng Jiao had been cultivating in the space, and her few contracted beasts were also cultivating in the space. Apart from increasing her own strength, she also hoped to increase the strength of her contracted beasts. This way, they could be of help even when fighting against a fairy realm expert. The Fire Phoenix's strength was needless to say, but Lao Bai, Tun Yun, and the little black bear's strength were also increased by another level, helping them to break through together. Therefore, apart from the Phoenix Guards who had elixirs to help them, the spiritual beasts in the space also had elixirs to help with their cultivation. On this day, while sitting cross-legged in the space, she felt that she was about to break through the peak of the nascent soul stage and enter the fairy realm. She opened her eyes and looked up at the sky and the space. This space was a world of its own, and there was only day and night. She had only been cultivating and advancing in this space, but she had never experienced the heavenly thunder tempering when she broke through. She didn't know if she could go through the tribulation here. If she could go through the tribulation in this space, then no matter how big the commotion of her advancement was, it wouldn't attract anyone's attention. However, could it be done here? In the past, the green lotus in her belly would naturally devour the surrounding vitality when she broke through. However, after such a long period of cultivation and control, she could already control the green lotus in her belly very well. She didn't have to worry about the green lotus absorbing the vitality of the spiritual herbs and the spiritual energy in the air. Will there be heavenly thunder in here? Can this space withstand it? She murmured softly, and a thought appeared in her mind. Since she didn't know, why not give a try? If it was possible, then she could come here if she wanted to advance in the future. Cultivating and advancing in here would be more helpful to her strength, wouldn't it? Even if she failed, she would at most miss the opportunity to advance this time. She could still advance again after some time. Since there were no fatal disadvantages, why not give it a try? After making up her mind, she took a deep breath and slowly closed her eyes. She didn't plan to use any elixirs to advance this time. She knew that the further she advanced, the harder it would be for her to improve her abilities, especially since most of the experts who had reached the fairy realm were over 100 years old. At her age, if she could directly enter the fairy realm, she would definitely have a high chance of improving her abilities again. She placed her hands on her knees, palms facing upwards. Her entire body gradually relaxed. Her heart was filled with firm conviction. She abandoned all distracting thoughts and calmed her heart, allowing herself to become one with this piece of heaven and earth. A pure spiritual aura emanated from her body. It was like a cheerful fairy circling around her, jumping in the air. The specks of light had several colors, and they were as dazzling as the stars. A person with a single element would only have one type of light. She herself was of the 5 elements, and the fire element was the strongest. Therefore, among the light that surrounded her, the fire element was the strongest. The pure spiritual aura on her body gradually merged with the pure aura of the world, and the surrounding spiritual aura was attracted. Some of it surrounded her, and some of it drilled into her body. Chapter 1704. In the sky, the clouds surged and lightning flashed. At the same time, a bolt of lightning struck down from the sky towards Fengjiu. In an instant, there was a rumble, dust flew up, and the vortex of spiritual energy surged wildly. Fengjiu, who was sitting cross-legged, could only feel the aura of spiritual energy surging into her body. This kind of momentum was like a flood bursting through a dam, rushing into her body uncontrollably. She immediately guided the aura of spiritual energy towards the green lotus so that it could absorb it. At the same time, she expanded the meridians in her body so that the powerful aura of spiritual energy could double or triple the size of her original meridians. When the spiritual energy in her body surged, she was swept up by the vortex of spiritual energy and spun in the air. When the second bolt of lightning struck down, there was a rumble and it heavily struck her body. The powerful energy of the bolt of lightning tempered her meridians and strengthened her physique, allowing her meridians and body to reach a higher level. Rumble. The third bolt of lightning struck down. As if it contained all the power, it shook the entire area, causing the fire phoenix and the others, who were cultivating in this area, to not dare to approach. The powerful pressure in the air and the aura of spiritual energy fused together, but gradually dispersed after the third bolt of lightning. The aura contained in the sky dissipated, and the sky gradually returned to blue and white. However, just as the surrounding airflow calmed down and the spiritual energy in the air calmed down, suddenly, a gust of earth energy shot up from the ground and entered her body. The surrounding spiritual energy was once again mobilized by the aura that shot up from the ground. The fire phoenix, Tun Yin, Lao Bai, Little Black, and the other small beasts were about to go forward, but when they saw this scene, they froze. Seeing the movement around their master, the small beasts could not help but gasp. Heavens! Master is going to advance? Didn't she already complete her advancement? Lao Bai exclaimed. He stood beside the fire phoenix and looked at his master, who was swept up in the air and the gust of earth chi that shot up from the ground. Why is that gust of spiritual energy shooting up from ground? It seems a little different from the previous ones. As Tunyon spoke, he was also a little confused. For a cultivator who had entered the fairy realm, she was able to break through from the peak of the nascent soul stage to the peak of the fairy realm. The gap in strength between the two realms was something that some cultivators could not overcome even after 100 years. But what was going on with her? The little black bear sat there in a daze, looking at its master in front of it. Tunyon, Lao Bai, and the others could not understand what was going on. Guofeng was deep in thought. Looking at the scene, she said, "Normally, when a cultivator breaks through from the nascent soul stage to the fairy realm, they can only reach the initial stage of the fairy realm. After all, the higher the cultivation, the more difficult it is to break through. It is already incredible that she could break through from the peak of the nascent soul stage to the peak of the fairy realm in one step. Even though it was the ancient divine beast fire phoenix, it had never encountered such a situation. If she was below the golden elixir realm, it would be fine, but she had already broken through the original infant realm and reached the peak of the fairy realm. So, how could she possibly advance further? What was the opportunity to advance this time? Chapter 17:05. I got it. It's the green lotus. The fire phoenix exclaimed softly. It knew that Feng Jiu had a chaotic green lotus. This green lotus had the ability to regenerate and was very mysterious. Now that she had reached the peak of the fairy realm and was able to break through again, it must be because of this chaotic green lotus. In terms of cultivation, the level above the Yuaning stage was the fairy realm, and above that was the fairy realm. This meant that if she succeeded in breaking through again, she would enter the fairy realm from the peak of the fairy realm. Fairy realm. There are less than 5 in the entire 8 great empires. If she could really enter the fairy realm and become a fairy realm, then she would be a powerhouse whose strength could shake a region. Thinking of this, the fire phoenix could not help but feel excited. It stared at Feng Jiu, who was breaking through in front of it, hoping that she could break through again. This way, even if she reached the upper reaches of the continent, she would be able to stand firm. However, this breakthrough was not so easy. A few days had passed, and there were still no signs of a breakthrough. A few small bees stood guard not far away. Another half a month had passed, and it was still the same. There was no breakthrough. Seeing this, they guessed that the breakthrough this time would not be so fast, so they all retreated and did not pay attention to the progress of their master's breakthrough. Outside, Guan Shilin and Feng Xiao had been training the Phoenix Guards and helping them to improve their strength. They had not seen Feng Jiu for half a month, but they did not disturb her because Feng Jiu had told them that if she did not come out, no one was to disturb her. In addition, the courtyard where she lived was covered with formations and enchantments. Even if they wanted to enter, they could not. Perhaps it was because of the passing of their companions and loved ones that they all had a common goal. No matter how hard the training was, the Phoenix Guards and the others did not complain. They strengthened their cultivation day and night. As the days passed, with the help of medicinal pills, each of their strength increased rapidly. However, 1 month passed, 3 months passed, and in the blink of an eye, 6 months had passed. Every Phoenix Guard's combat power and strength had increased by 1 to 2 levels. However, after training hard for half a year, they still had not seen their master come out. This made them a little worried. Master has been in seclusion for half a year, right? She hasn't come out for so long. Is she okay? What are you talking about? How could something happen to Master when he's in seclusion? But it's been too long, and I haven't heard any sounds of him advancing. Besides, it's not like there aren't any cultivators who've died in the process of breaking through. Why did you hit me? The Phoenix Guard scratched his head. When he turned around and saw that it was his captain, he could not help but keep quiet and did not dare to speak again. What nonsense are you all talking about? Did he have too much free time? If you have too much free time, then continue to practice. Luo Yu glared at the few people who were chatting as he shouted, "Captain, we don't have any other intentions. We're just a little worried," said the Phoenix Guard. "What are you worried about? What was there to worry about? You'd better worry about waiting for Master to come out of seclusion to check your fighting strength. Luo Yu coldly snorted and said, before she went into seclusion, she said that the top 10 would be rewarded and the bottom 10 would also be punished. Hearing this, the Phoenix Guards hurriedly responded and quickly left to continue their training. Chapter 1706. How do we ask? We won't know even if we ask. Master has set up a barrier and a formation in her courtyard. If she doesn't come out, no one can enter. Luo Yu said as he found a place to sit down. He paused for a moment and then grinned. Moreover, I believe in Master. She will be fine. I believe that when she comes out, she will give us a surprise. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other and couldn't help but smile. That's right. So many things had happened. How could there be any accidents during the advancement? Just as they thought, Feng Jiu didn't encounter any danger during the advancement. On the contrary, the advancement was unexpectedly smooth. On this day, in the space, after half a year, 3 heavenly thunders once again struck down from the sky, once again tempering the tendons and veins of her body. What was different from the last time was that this time, even the small beast that had contracted with her benefited from her advancement. She broke through from the peak of the fairy realm to the intermediate stage of the immortal sage realm, becoming an expert of the intermediate stage. Fire Phoenix's strength increased by another level. Devouring Cloud had also become a peak divine beast king. Even the little black bear had also advanced from the divine beast realm to the sacred beast realm. Only Lao Bai was still the same as before, as if her advancement didn't affect him. Moreover, in this half a year, only Lao Bai's grade hadn't changed. Even so, her advancement had helped the little beasts other than Lao Bai. Now, each of her contracted beast combat strength was absolutely astonishing. In midair, as the spiritual aura dissipated, Feng Jiu slowly opened her eyes. She looked at the heaven and earth, as if every inch of the land had merged with her. She could clearly feel their existence, as well as an indescribable feeling. Seeing Feng Jiu floating down from midair, Lao Bai walked up to her and asked in low spirits, Master, why did they all advance, but I didn't? He could understand why Fire Phoenix and Devouring Cloud had advanced, but why did Little Black advance while he didn't? Was it because he was a mutated beast? Was that why his advancement was slow? Hearing this, Feng Jiu looked at Lao Bai and smiled. He patted his head and said, It's okay. It's good that you worked hard. She turned to look at Fire Phoenix, Swallowing Cloud, and Little Black. She smiled and said, You've been here for so long. Let's go out and have some fun. All right, the little beasts replied. Suddenly, Tunyon seemed to have thought of something and said, Master, the fruit on that vase tree seems to have ripened. Hearing this, before Feng Jiu could react, Lao Bai, who had been lowering his head in a bad mood, suddenly raised his head and said while drooling, Cooked? Really? I will take a look. As soon as he finished speaking, a whirlwind appeared beside him. When he looked again, Lao Bai had already disappeared. Feng Jiu was stunned for a moment. He quickly regained his senses and chased after him. Old Bai's craving is acting up again. Are you planning to steal my spirit fruit? Quick, chase after him. There are only 5 fruits on that tree. Don't let him steal them. Hearing this, Fire Phoenix and Devouring Cloud immediately rushed towards the vase tree and chased closely behind Feng Jiu. As for the little black bear cub, it tilted its head and slowly ran after them. The fruit, the spirit fruit, is really ripened. Chapter 1707. Smelling the dense and pure spirit chi emitted from the spirit fruit, as well as the rich fruit fragrance that made it want to pounce on it and take a bite, White Tiger's mouth watered. At this moment, how could it be depressed? Because it had not advanced while the others had. At this moment, it only wanted to taste the fruit. White Tiger had been watching this fruit since its owner brought it in. It had been watering it and waiting for it to turn from green to red. However, it did not pay much attention to it during this period of time and did not expect it to have ripened. It was as if the little wife that humans had been raising had finally grown up and could eat. Looking at the bright red color, it swallowed its saliva, opened its mouth, and moved forward to bite one of them off. Today, no one could stop White Tiger from eating it. Crunch. So sweet. so fragrant, so rich in the taste of spirit fruit. White Tiger bit down, and the fruit broke in its mouth with a crunch. The rich fragrance of the spirit fruit immediately filled the air. White Tiger seemed to be afraid of losing the fragrance and quickly closed its mouth to chew. When Fengjiu caught up from afar, she saw White Tiger standing under the bottle tree with its back facing her. White Tiger's head was slightly lowered and its mouth was constantly chewing. She immediately glared at White Tiger. "You, White Tiger, I clearly told you not to steal this spirit fruit. Did you take my word for granted?" Hearing the voice behind him, White Tiger sped up its chewing. However, due to the shock, it accidentally swallowed the core of the fruit. It only felt that the core was stuck in its throat and could not move up or down. It was so suffocating that it could not breathe. Hiss! Hiss! White Tiger lowered its head and wanted to spit out the core. However, the core was stuck in its throat and could not come out. It could not help but kneel down and lay down on the ground, hissing. Fengjiu was startled when she saw this. She quickly walked forward and said, "Look at you, you're eating secretly." She held White Tiger's chin with one hand and touched its throat with the other. She pressed down hard and saw White Tiger spit out the core. Phew, we're saved. Lao Bai's entire body fell down, lying on his back. Looking at his master and his other 3 companions, he grinned and said, "Master, that fruit is very fragrant, very sweet, very crispy, and very delicious." "Delicious my ass." Fengjiu slapped his hand down. "I only have 5 fruits, and I don't even know what kind of fruit they are. You ate one just like that. Are you ignoring my words?" "Master, you can't blame me for this. The fruit flew into my mouth by itself, really." Its eyes darted around, and it lowered its head, not daring to look at her. This is a spirit fruit tree that was originally guarded by a group of snakes. If you eat it just like that, don't come looking for me if something happens. She crossed her arms and snorted. It was not that she could not bear to let White Tiger eat it. However, what kind of spirit fruit did this bottle of fruit belong to? What was its use? Back then, the group of snakes guarded it very tightly. She had not even figured out the use of this fruit, and she had already let White Tiger eat it. Now that White Tiger had eaten it even if she did not eat it, there was no point in saying anything. Thus, she took a deep breath and said, "Hurry up, while you still remember. Try to recall the taste of the fruit you ate. Also, do you feel any different after eating the fruit?" Chapter 17:08. What are you waiting for? Fengjiu glanced at it and took out a pen and paper, preparing to write it down. There were not many fruits, and each one was extremely precious. She first memorized what Lao Bai said, and then observed its reaction after eating the fruit. Lao Bai shook its head. "I forgot. It was only focused on eating it and did not want to be caught by its master. How could I have thought of tasting it?" Hearing this, Fengjiu was speechless and looked at it speechlessly. In the end, she could only shake her head helplessly. "Forget it. You won't get anything out of it. I might as well study it myself." She walked to the bottom of the tree and looked at the remaining 4 fruits hanging between the leaves. The green leaves and red fruits were extremely dazzling and beautiful. She could not bear to pluck the fruits from the tree. Even if she did not pluck them, the fruits would not fall from the branches when they were ripe. This was the benefit of this spiritual abode. Hanging them on the branches could maintain the freshness of the spiritual fruits. She decided not to pluck them and wait for Lao Bai's reaction after eating the spiritual fruits. Thus, she said, "There are only 4 spiritual fruits left. Listen, without my permission, if anyone dares to eat them secretly, I will punish them." Fire Phoenix and the others were not that interested in the spiritual fruits and nodded in agreement. Lao Bai ate one secretly and did not dare to eat anymore. It could only nod obediently. "Lao Bai, come here. Let me check you." Fengjiu came to the spiritual spring and gestured for Lao Bai to come forward. Seeing this, Lao Bai hurriedly went forward. "Master, I won't eat it secretly next time. Really, I promise." Fengjiu rolled his eyes. "Your promise is not trustworthy." Hearing this, Lao Bai lowered its head in embarrassment. Fire Phoenix and Tunyon saw this and could not help but grin. With this unreliable Lao Bai, it would be strange if his promise was useful. Strange. Why does it not seem to feel anything? Feng Jiu helped Lao Bai to check and found that there was nothing wrong with its body. He could not help but think, could it be that the fruit is just an ordinary spiritual fruit used to replenish spiritual energy? If it was an ordinary spirit fruit, the group of snakes would not have guarded it to such an extent. But if it was not, why did Old White not react after eating it? Master, why don't you eat one too? You'll know what it does after you eat it, Lao Bai suggested thoughtlessly. However, I feel that the fruit is just crisper than other fruits, sweeter and more fragrant than other fruits, and has a nicer shape. That's all. Forget it. Let's go out first, she said. She decided to go out first and think about it later. She would find out the use of the spirit fruit sooner or later. All right. Lao Bai wagged his tail and was about to follow her out to the wine cellar to have a drink or two. Unexpectedly, after taking 2 steps, his body suddenly felt that something was not quite right. Yes, with a muffled groan, its entire body fell to the ground. Its body was twitching, scaring the little black bear and Tun Yun who were beside it. Hearing the commotion behind him, Feng Jiu turned around and was also shocked. He quickly went forward. "Old Bai, what happened to you?" Lao Bai's body was twitching. He looked at Feng Jiu and said, "Master, I might die." Feng Jiu's heart sank. "No, don't worry. Even if you're poisoned, I'll save you." "Master, I'm dying. My whole body feels terrible, like I'm going to be torn apart." Chapter 17:09. Seeing that Feng Jiu was repelled by the light, the fire phoenix and the other 2 beasts quickly retreated. They looked at Lao Bai, who was rolling on the ground in shock. What was going on? Lao Bai, who was lying on the ground, was emitting a blinding white light. They could only see him rolling on the ground and screaming in pain. Feng Jiu, who was repelled, sat on the ground and looked at the screaming Lao Bai in shock. She was stunned for a moment, then exclaimed in a low voice, "Lao Bai is about to evolve." The spiritual energy in the surroundings surged towards where Lao Bai was and lingered around him for a long time. Lao Bai's body was surrounded by a dazzling white light, but one could vaguely see that his body seemed to be undergoing some changes. Evolving. Fire Phoenix and Tun Yun looked at each other in shock. Lao Bai's abilities were as good as nothing. He was a mutated beast, but he did not seem to have any special abilities. Furthermore, he was not a mythical beast. At most, he could only be called a holy beast. Even if a holy beast were to evolve into a mythical beast, it should not be like this, right? Or was it because he was a mutated beast, so he was different from other mythical beasts? Master, I'm dying. Lao Bai screamed, his voice shrill and hoarse. Feng Jiu suddenly regained her senses. She did not go forward, but said to Lao Bai with a serious expression, "Lao Bai, you're about to evolve. Quickly stabilize your mind and endure it. As long as you endure it, you can advance to the next level. But it hurts. It's like someone is cutting my flesh with a knife. What if I can't endure it?" Lao Bai asked. Feng Jiu's eyes darkened. "If you can't endure it, you'll die." As soon as she finished speaking, she looked up at the sky. Dark clouds were gathering there, and lightning flashed through the clouds. The sound of thunder could be heard faintly from the clouds. It seemed that Lao Bai was not just evolving, he might be mutating. Mutated beasts were extremely rare, and their hidden abilities were unknown. Lao Bai was originally a mutated beast, so he had the head of a dragon and the body of a horse. If he ran, he would be extremely fast and powerful. However, no one had seen his attributes and special abilities in battle. If he mutated again, then what kind of mutated beast would he become? It was more difficult for mutated beasts to evolve than other mythical beasts, and mortality rate was higher. Thinking of this, Feng Jiu let out a sigh of relief. She took out a pill from her space and flicked it at Lao Bai and shouted, "Lao Bai, open your mouth." Lao Bai cried out in pain because of the tearing pain in his body. His strength was gradually disappearing. Although he wanted to do as his master said and make a breakthrough, he felt that his life force was already slipping away. At this time, when it heard its master's voice, it looked towards her and saw a pill being thrown towards it. It instinctively opened its mouth and swallowed the pill. As soon as the pill entered its mouth, a rich spiritual aura spread through its throat. As the pill slid down its stomach, its physical strength, which had been gradually losing, quickly recovered. It was unknown whether it was the pill's effect or Lao Bai's own problem. But Lao Bai screamed at the sky, and a strong pressure, accompanied by spiritual aura, spread out like ripples in water. Chapter 17:10. At this moment, Lao Bai, who had been lying on the ground, stood up and shook his body. Suddenly, his horse body disappeared, and he turned into a white dragon. The dragon's body was so thick that it was impossible for one person to wrap their arms around it. It was about 3 meters long, and its scales glowed with a silver light. Its 4 dragon claws were sharp and cold. When it lifted its head with 2 dragon horns, its 2 whiskers swayed with its breath. Its dragon eyes were wide open, and it seemed to be confused and doubtful. Fengjiu was dumbfounded. She stood there and stared blankly at Lao Bai, who had suddenly turned from a white horse into a white dragon. If Lao Bai originally only looked half like a dragon, then now he looked like a dragon from head to toe. The Fire Phoenix and Tunyon were rather dumbfounded as well. They stared at the bewildered Senior White, who was hovering in the air. Senior White's eyes were wide open as he sized up Tunyon's body and tail. The 2 beasts didn't know what to say. Wasn't Lao Bai just a horse? At most, it was a mutated horse. How did it suddenly turn into a dragon? After recovering from the shock, Lao Bai suddenly exclaimed, "Ah, Master, I've mutated again." He jumped up and down in the air. Soon, he arrived in front of Fengjiu. His bulging dragon eyes were filled with excitement. "Master, look at me now. Isn't it better than my original horse body? Don't you feel that I've become more advanced? Did I suddenly turn from a horse into a dragon? Master, do you think I'm part of the dragon race now?" He wagged his dragon tail excitedly. He felt that he had become 1 level higher. Fengjiu blinked and looked at Lao Bai. She reached out and touched the silver-white scales on his body. "You've really become a dragon?" With that, she touched the horn among the dragon horns. Since he had turned into a dragon, why was the horn still there? "Looks like that fruit is really something good." Fengjiu smiled as she spoke. At that time, the group of snakes had been guarding it, so she knew that this fruit tree must be extraordinary. Now that she saw Lao Bai evolve into a dragon, she could imagine that this fruit indeed had the ability to stimulate potential and make spirit beasts mutate. If the Snake King had swallowed this spirit fruit, perhaps it would have transformed from a snake into a devious wyvern. She had transformed from a snake into a dragon and soared into the sky. It was no wonder that the Snake King had chased after her. "Let's go. He's out," she said with a smile. Seeing that the little beasts had all advanced, she was very happy. However, just as she was about to bring them out, she caught a glimpse of green from the corner of her eyes. She raised her eyebrows and looked in that direction. That side was where the spiritual herbs were planted. Just now, she caught a glimpse of a green figure in the spiritual herb field. If it wasn't the green-feathered chicken, what else could it be? Too many things had happened in the past, and her mood was in a mess. After throwing the little beasts in here to cultivate, she didn't pay them any attention. She remembered the Fire Phoenix and the others. After all, they were bound by a contract, and she could sense them with just a thought. As for this green-feathered chicken, because she didn't have a contract with it, and it didn't seem to have appeared recently, she had forgotten about it. If she hadn't caught a glimpse of that green in the spiritual herb field, she would have forgotten that there was a green-feathered chicken by her side. "Master, what's wrong?" Tunyon asked. He turned around, but did not see anything. Chapter 17:11. Little Black stared blankly at Fengjiu and mimicked them by tilting its head and looking around. No one knew what it was looking for. "You haven't seen green hair recently?" Fengjiu asked as it slowly walked towards the spiritual medicine field. "Green hair?" The 3 little beasts were startled and shook their heads. "No. Is it here too?" That chicken was really ignored by them, and they didn't hear Green Hair's noisy crows for a while. "I just remembered that it has been here all this while and hasn't gone out," Fengjiu said as she walked forward and looked around the spiritual medicine field. She didn't see Green Hair for a while, so she shouted, "Green Hair, come out." Who knew? there was still no movement. Hence, she released her divine sense and scanned the surroundings. Finally, her gaze fell on a patch of grass not far from the spiritual medicine field. She walked forward and squatted down in front of a patch of weeds. Looking at the small hole that was covered by weeds, she couldn't help but feel puzzled. She asked the small hole, "Green hair, what are you doing inside?" This green hair actually dug a hole here and hid itself in it. But it's a chicken and not a gopher. Why would it hide in a hole? Even if it was looking for a nest, it should be a grass nest. Who knew? Green hair stuck its head out and looked at Fengjiu outside the hole. It didn't say anything and shrank back, as if it didn't intend to go out. Furthermore, its pair of small eyes were looking at Fengjiu with vigilance and caution. Seeing this, Fengjiu was slightly surprised and puzzled. She stepped aside and said to Fire Phoenix, "Catch Green Hair and see what's going on." "Okay," Fire Phoenix replied and stepped forward. However, before it could do anything, Green Hair started to cry from inside. "Kikik, no, I don't want to go out." It first raised its head and crowed a few times, then shouted in human language, afraid that Fengjiu would really let the Fire Phoenix catch it. At that time, she had also given Green Hair a speech pill to facilitate communication. Other than occasionally chirping, it would also speak human language. However, after it entered the space, it seemed to have stopped moving. Otherwise, she and the other little beasts would not have been unable to discover it. "Why aren't you coming out? Are you all right?" Fengjiu asked, gesturing for Fire Phoenix to back off. "What are you doing in there?" Unexpectedly, the green-furred cat rolled its small eyes and said, "It's warm inside." Hearing this, Fengjiu's mouth twitched. He glanced at Green Hair in the cave with a faint smile. "It's warm inside? Do you want me to add fuel to the fire? Barbecue you directly? Maybe we'll be warmer, don't you think? How would you do this?" Green Hair seemed to be somewhat aggrieved. "I've only secretly eaten some of your elixirs occasionally. I haven't done anything bad. You want to roast me and eat me? What else can I do? Tell me, what are you doing in there?" As she spoke, she saw that Green Hair had been lying there without moving. Moreover, its chicken wings seemed to be intentionally or unintentionally protecting something under its body. Seeing this, her heart skipped a beat. "What are you hiding under your body?" she casually asked. Could it be that it had stolen some elixirs and was hiding it from her? "No, I'm not hiding anything," Green Hair said nervously. Its round body was somewhat tense. It was obvious that it was trying to hide something. Chapter 17:12. Green Hair saw her turn to leave and heaved a sigh of relief. Who knew that in the next moment, a claw would reach in from outside and directly grab it out. "Kikik, you're up to no good," it shouted in exasperation, but saw that Fengjiu had already reached in and took out the thing from its nest. "What's this?" Fengjiu looked at the round bead in her hand in astonishment. It was about the size of an egg. It didn't look like an egg, but it should be some kind of bead. However, she couldn't tell what kind of bead it was. She only knew that this bead was emitting a strong spiritual aura. "I gave birth to it. I gave birth to it. It's mine. Kikik." Chicken feathers all stood up. It looked at Fengjiu nervously and excitedly. Its pair of small eyes stared closely at the bead in her hand. Fengjiu glanced at it and smiled faintly. "Even you are mine. The egg you gave birth to naturally belongs to me. However, this doesn't seem to be an egg, right?" She reached out and touched the thing in Green Hair's stomach. As expected, it was gone. It seemed that it had been hiding here all this time because it gave birth to this bead. However, what kind of bead was this? It was gray and hazy. She only knew that its spiritual aura was very strong, but she couldn't see anything else. Seeing this, Green Hair couldn't help but feel dejected. "I knew that I wouldn't be able to keep it if you found out." Forget it. I'll give it to you." Thinking that it ate and lived on her, it wasn't impossible for it to give this bead to her. After all, although it didn't have a contract, she could be considered as half its master. Moreover, it had guarded this bead for more than half a year and didn't see any other use for it. "All right, you can all go out." She kept the bead and waved her sleeves, bringing them all out. In the blink of an eye, they appeared in the room. Lao Bai was the first to rush out and shouted excitedly, "Lung Shuang Beauty! Come and see, I've advanced. I've become a dragon." However, when it flew out, it was bounced back by the barrier and fell into the yard. Tunyon slowly walked out from behind and glanced at it. You can't change this habit of yours, even if you're in dragon form. Can't you see that Master has set up a formation and enchantment in his courtyard? You're so brainless. Senior White opened his mouth and glared, yet he didn't say anything in the end. He could only go to the side and wait for his master to come out. Not long after, Fengjiu walked out and waved her hand to remove the barrier and array. At the same time, she ordered them to summon Long Shuang to her. Therefore, the little beasts ran out. Lao Bai excitedly told the Phoenix Guards about its advancement, while the Fire Phoenix flew around and patrolled the area. Tunyon walked into the forest at a leisurely pace. Even Greenhair was chirping and flapping its wings to fly away. Only Xiao He sat in the courtyard in a daze. After a short while, everyone knew that Fengjiu had come out of seclusion. When they heard this news, everyone smiled. It was good that she had come out of seclusion. They had been holding each other's hands for the past half a year. Master, Lung Shuang and Lung Hua had both arrived. When they saw their master standing in the middle of the courtyard in red, their eyes lit up with surprise. After not seeing their master for half a year, her aura seemed to have changed greatly. Her aura seemed to have merged with heaven and earth. If one didn't check carefully, one wouldn't be able to detect the existence of her aura. Chapter 17:13. That kind of aura, that kind of invisible coercion, made them lower their heads, not daring to look directly into her eyes. Furthermore, after coming out of closed-door cultivation this time, she had given them a great shock. None of the powerful cultivators they had met in the past could compare to her. It seems that Master's closed-door cultivation for half a year must have made a great breakthrough in her cultivation. When they thought of this, the two of them could not help but smile joyfully. The more powerful their master was, the more joyful they were. Because only when their master was powerful, then the incident from half a year ago would not happen again. Congratulations, Master, on the great increase in your cultivation. The two of them said at the same time. Fengjiu smiled and said, Lung Shuang, prepare some hot water. I want to take a bath. Also, Lung Hua, tell me about what has happened during this period of time. Yes. The two of them replied and went about their tasks separately. Lung Shuang prepared the water for Fengjiu to take a bath, while Lung Hua gave her a rough account of what had happened in and out of the valley during this period of time. The countries around the Phoenix dynasty have not dared to invade. They seem to be afraid. However, there are still some forces who are looking for Master's whereabouts. The black market has also sent people to investigate, but they have not been able to find this area. Furthermore, the Grand Empress maternal family is also looking for us. When they received the news, the Master sent someone to deliver the news. At this point, Lung Hua paused for a moment. When the news of Master Guan and the others' deaths reached them, one could imagine how great of a blow it was to them. Not only had they lost their daughter, but they had also lost their grandson. Fengjiu's eyes flashed when she heard this. Even though half a year had passed, every time she thought of how her grandfather and the others had died, she would feel exceptionally terrible. As for the Phoenix Guards, their strength has increased by 1 or 2 levels under the training of the Patriarch and young Master Guan. Among them, Luo Yu and the other 7 captains of the Phoenix Guards are already at the peak of the Martial Saint realm. The Patriarch is already at the peak of the Martial God realm. Even the Madam's strength has increased. Another thing is that the situation in the Xianyuan Empire isn't looking good. For the other 7 empires have joined forces to deal with the Xianyuan Empire. Now, the Xianyuan Empire is being attacked from both the front and the back. It's chaotic both internally and externally. Even with Lord Yan, it's difficult to stabilize the situation. Moreover, that secret force is still suppressing the Xianyuan Empire. We can already conclude that this force is the famous Temple of the Dark Knight among the upstream forces. Yama's father's cultivation was crippled by their people. Even our Phoenix dynasty, as well as the old man and the others, were also done by them. Hearing Lung Hua's words, a cold light flashed in Fengjiu's eyes. He opened his mouth and said, "The Temple of Darkness? Very good." Now that she knew which force was behind this, She knew where to start. After staying silent for half a year, it was time for her to go out for a walk. Master, the water is ready. Please take a bath. Leng Hua walked out and said, She replied and stood up. She then said to Leng Hua, tell my parents I'll go look for them later. Also, tell the Phoenix Guards to get ready. I want to see the results of their training. Yes, Leng Hua replied and turned to leave. Chapter 17:14. After bathing, Feng Jiu first went to her parents' courtyard. When she arrived, she saw Guan Shilin. She smiled and called out, Father, mother, brother. The three people waiting in the courtyard heard the sound and turned their heads to look. They saw her in a red robe, elegant and graceful. Her brows exuded a confident and proud aura as she slowly walked over. It was clearly the same person, but the aura and momentum on her body seemed to have undergone an earth-shattering change. They could not help but be secretly surprised when they saw it. Previously, they had heard from Leng Hua that Xiao Jiu had advanced, and she might not even be at the fairy realm. Now that they saw her, they suddenly realized that she had changed more than that. His entire being had undergone a tremendous change. Now, her aura was restrained, as if she had become one with the heavens and the earth. If one didn't look carefully, one wouldn't notice her aura at all. It was as if she had reached the celestial realm. Her red robe was very dazzling, but it also seemed ethereal. Her face seemed to be hidden in a cloud, and it was difficult to see clearly. Xiao Jiu, what's your current level of strength? Feng Xiao asked in shock. He had seen many people, but he had never seen someone like her. Her strength shouldn't be at the fairy realm, right? Feng Jiu pursed her lips and smiled. She said, I'm at the peak of the celestial sage realm. Celestial? Peak of the celestial sage realm? Feng Xiao widened his eyes in shock. The peak of the celestial sage realm was above the fairy realm. However, generally speaking, no matter how talented a cultivator was, he wouldn't be able to jump directly from the peak of the nascent soul realm to the peak of the celestial sage realm. The higher the level of one's strength, the harder it was to advance. Even among the upper echelons, the strongest person who dealt with them was only at the fairy realm. However, she had actually advanced from the peak of the nascent soul realm to the peak of the celestial sage realm after cultivating in seclusion for half a year. If it were someone else, they wouldn't be able to reach such a level, even if they cultivated for 50 or even 100 years. Shangguan Wanrong also looked at her daughter in disbelief. She muttered, Peak of the celestial sage realm? That's a battle prowess equivalent to 100 fairy realm experts. One of them was equivalent to 100 fairy realm experts. So, how terrifying was his combat prowess? Just how strong was this expert? Thinking of this, her heart began to thump wildly. With Xiao Jiu's strength, there was no need for her to fear anyone. Furthermore, she was still young, and her strength would definitely increase in the future. Even some of the clans in the upper echelons would reconsider if they wanted to make an enemy out of such a strong person. She took a deep breath and exhaled slowly, calming herself down. She was really happy that her daughter had such strength and power. In this way, when she went out in the future, even if they were not by her side, they would not have to worry about whether she would be in danger. Right now, even if she had reached the upper reaches, she was already a powerhouse that no one would dare to provoke. Furthermore, she had both alchemy and medical skills. She would definitely be dazzling no matter where she went. Great! To be able to reach the pinnacle of the sage immortal realm in just half a year, Xiao Jiu, you're truly a genius. Guan Shilin laughed heartily. Chapter 17:15. Hearing this, Feng Xiao and Shangguan Wanrong looked at each other and asked, Are you going out? Yes, it's time to deal with those things. She nodded and looked at the two of them, saying, Father, mother, I hope that you can stay here for now. This place can be said to be aloof from worldly affairs, and there's no danger. I'll be more at ease if you're here. Don't worry. Do whatever you want. Don't worry about us. We'll take care of ourselves. Feng Xiao patted her hand and said, his daughter was not an ordinary person. This place could not trap her. He knew that she would still go out. Yes, we'll wait here for you to come back. Don't worry. Shangwan Wanrong said softly. Now, this was their home. Even if the dark forces wanted to deal with them, they could not. Here, they would be very safe. Fengjiu nodded and then looked at Guan Shilin, saying, Brother, I'm going to see how the Phoenix Guard's strength has increased recently. Let's go together. Okay. Guan Shilin responded and bowed to Feng Xiao and Shangwan Wanrong. Then, the two of them walked out together. In the field and the forest, the Phoenix Guards heard that their master had come out of seclusion and was going to check on their results in the past 6 months. Therefore, all of them stood straight in the forest, nervously waiting for their master's arrival. Although they were very satisfied with their progress in the past half a year, if they were to look at it from Master's point of view, would Master feel that they were advancing too slowly? Even if they were satisfied and felt that it was already good, it was still not as good as their Master's affirmation. Fengjiu, who was chatting with Guan Shilin, came to the forest and saw the Phoenix Guards standing there. Each of them was as straight as a pine tree and had a biting cold aura. Their bodies were filled with a strong fighting spirit. He stopped in front of them and saw them kneel on one knee and bow respectfully. Greetings, Master. Get up. Fengjiu gestured as his gaze swept over Luo Yu's group of 8 before sweeping over the Phoenix Guards behind them. With a sweep of his divine sense, he had a rough idea of their strength. Compared to half a year ago, she had definitely improved a lot. In addition, her brother had also told her on the way that her combat strength and adaptability had improved. It seemed that it was about time. Split into 2 teams and fight. I want to see your battle prowess. She instructed and then retreated to a higher ground. Yes. When the crowd heard her words, they quickly split into 2 groups to fight. For a time, the sound of fists surging through the air, as well as low shouts, could be heard from time to time. When their fists collided, it was as if they contained the force of 1,000 pounds. When their palms collided, it was as sharp as a blade. How is it? Are you satisfied? Guan Shilin asked as he looked at the people fighting below. They are all trained according to the training method you mentioned. There are ambush teams, tracking teams, and main attack teams. I think their strength is pretty good after half a year of training. Guan Shilin asked as he looked at the people fighting below. Fengjiu looked and said, if they face the enemy head-on, there's still a risk. However, if they cooperate with each other, they can kill in one fell swoop. Indeed, looking at their battle prowess, it's much better than before. It seems that you've put in a lot of effort. Chapter 17:16. Fengjiu looked at the Phoenix Guards fighting below and said, Brother, I'm going to bring them out for a real battle. Since the Xinyuan Empire is being attacked by the other empires, I want to attack them from the shadows. No problem. Guan Shilin said loudly, Count me in. I'll go with you. She turned to look at him and smiled. Okay. After about 2 hours, the Phoenix Guard stopped one by one under Fengjiu's command. They were panting. After the battle, they all had some scratches on their bodies. Even if they were knocked down by their opponents, they continued to stand up. Therefore, after a round of fighting, it was inevitable that they would be injured. Bring all your teams back to rest. I have a mission for you in 2 days. Fengjiu said to them as he stood on a high ground. Yes. Everyone responded and quickly left under the leadership of their respective team leaders. 2 days later, she left 10 Phoenix Guards, the black bear cub and green hair, to accompany her parents in the valley. The others were divided into several teams. Under the leadership of Du Fan, Guan Shilin, and Fengjiu, they set off in 3 teams. They did not set off together. Instead, they set off separately. However, their destination was the same. It was one of the 8 great empires that was attacking the Xinyuan Empire. On the other side, in the palace of the Xinyuan Empire, Xinyuan Mose received a message from Yin Dian from Fengjiu. When he found out that she had come out of seclusion and was heading towards the 8 great empires, he was still a little worried. The message did not mention how strong she was now. However, under normal circumstances, from the peak of the nascent soul stage, one would naturally be at the fairy stage. He felt that no matter how outstanding Fengjiu's cultivation talent was, and with the help of pills, her strength would only be at the peak of the fairy stage. Although the peak of the fairy stage was not weak, if those people were to target her again, they would definitely gang up on her. Hui Lang saw that he was deep in thought after reading the message and did not respond for a long time. Hui Lang secretly moved 2 steps forward and took a look. After reading the message in the letter, he grinned. Master, the ghost doctor is coming over? If she appears again, her strength must be stronger than before. If she comes, she can help Master a little. Master should be happy. Why are you frowning? The strength of a fairy realm cultivator can't be said to be very strong. Those people looked for her for a few months and didn't find any news, so they moved their eyes away. If they knew that she had appeared again, they definitely wouldn't let her go so easily. Xinyuan Mo said in a deep voice. He tapped his fingers on the table, making a knocking sound. Due to the involvement of the upstream forces in this matter, he was unable to settle this matter even after half a year. If it was in the past, those empires wouldn't have dared to continue pressuring them like this. However, they had the backing of the upper echelons now, so they naturally didn't fear the Xinyuan Empire. Conversely, if they were able to take down those empires and divide them up, then it would naturally be extremely beneficial to them. In the past half a year, Yin Dian's forces have been destroyed, and his father was in such a state. The internal and external turmoil of the Xianyuan Empire was too great, and with the interference of the upstream forces, it was impossible to stabilize the situation in a short period of time. Chapter 17:17. Xianyuan Mose remained silent. He knew that he could only wait for her arrival. However, what he didn't know was that although Fengjiu and the others came to the 8 great empires, they weren't going to the Xianyuan Empire. Instead, they were going to the Qishui Empire, one of the 4 empires that were besieging the Xianyuan Empire. Ever since the Qishui Empire's marriage failed and they returned with their tails between their legs, they held a grudge against the Xianyuan Empire, especially Xianyuan Mose and Fengjiu. The crown prince and the 3rd princess of Qishui province had suffered losses at their hands. Therefore, when it came to dealing with the Xianyuan Empire, the Qishui province contributed the most. Therefore, after about a month's journey, Fengjiu and the others, who were the first to arrive at the Qishui Empire, sneaked into the Qishui imperial city and laid in ambush. On one hand, they were gathering information. On the other hand, they were waiting for the arrival of Guan Shilin and Du Fan. In the Qishui Imperial Palace, Prince Qishui and the 3rd princess were discussing matters with their father in the main hall. Father, now that the Xianyuan Empire is attacked from both sides, why don't we take advantage of this opportunity to destroy them? Prince Qishui asked in confusion. That's right, father. This is the time to raise the prestige of our Qishui Empire. That old man Xianyuan is already a cripple, so we don't need to fear him. The most difficult one to deal with right now is Xianyuan Mose. However, with the strength of your empire, the other 3 empires, and the backing behind them, I think it's about time. Thinking of the humiliation she suffered when the engagement was broken off, she gritted her teeth in anger. That Fengjiu was said to be the princess of the Phoenix dynasty. Now, the Phoenix dynasty had been destroyed by the experts behind them. The entire imperial palace was destroyed, and even that Fengjiu was hiding somewhere. She had vented her anger, but that Xianyuan Mose. Thinking that Xianyuan Mose was still guarding the imperial palace of the Xianyuan Empire, she felt resentment, but also admiration. That man not only had the looks of a celestial being, he also had extremely outstanding abilities. Unfortunately, he was blind. He didn't want a peerless beauty with status like her, and instead fell in love with the princess of an inferior country, Fengjiu. He helped her humiliate them and trampled them under his feet. From then on, she knew that the Qishui Empire and the Xianyuan Empire were irreconcilable enemies. It all depended on who had the ability to stand at the end and become the leader of the nations. Now, with the help of the forces behind them, it would be extremely easy for them to become the leader of the countries. Hee, do you think that Xianyuan Mose is an ordinary person? The monarch of the Qishui Empire chuckles and looks at his son and daughter. Since the internal strife in the Xianyuan Empire, how many of you have survived? He stood up and strode into the great hall with his hands clasped behind his back. Besides, let's not talk about his own strength and cultivation. You should be able to tell that Xianyuan Mose is the most difficult one to deal with just from the fact that he's still alive after suffering from the Millennium Ice poison. Hearing this, the brother and sister can't help but look at each other without saying anything. If an ordinary person is poisoned by the Millennium Frost poison, they will die after 3 times. But his Millennium Frost poison has been around for a long time, and he can still cure it. Tell me, do you think we can kill a person like him just because we want to? Chapter 17:18. What is his cultivation level? The siblings looked at each other and said, based on his age and talent, he should be a fairy realm master. A fairy realm master? Ha ha. The Lord of Chishui province smiled and shook his head. You don't even know what level he is at, and you want to kill him? Don't know? She had always thought that Xianyuan Mose was a fairy realm master. After all, a fairy realm master was the strongest existence she had ever encountered. Father, could it be that he is not a fairy realm master? Prince Chishui clenched his fists, feeling resentful and unwilling. Xianyuan Mose was a crown prince, and so was he. However, there was a huge difference between the two of them. It was as if he had always been suppressed by Xianyuan Mose. As far as I know, Xianyuan Mose's bestial cultivation level is definitely higher than the fairy realm. He paused, then continued. However, if he is not at the fairy realm, then he might be at the celestial saint level. However, even I have never seen a celestial saint. His voice was filled with emotion. If it is difficult to cultivate to the celestial saint level, then it is really a step into the celestial world. The strength of a celestial saint is equivalent to the strength of 100 fairy realm masters. Xianyuan Mose's strength is what we have always been afraid of. Do you think that although we have the support of the upstream forces, when we are really in danger, the people from the upstream forces will save us? He shook his head and said, You are too naive, too naive. We have teamed up with a few empires, but no one is really attacked. No matter which country attacks, it will definitely be the one that suffers the most losses. If we attack first, our empire will suffer the most losses. If the people from the other countries take the opportunity to attack, then wouldn't it be a waste of effort? He was an emperor, a ruler of a country. He thought further than them. They only thought about the present, but he thought about the future. The people from the upper reaches didn't make a move, but allowed them to do it. The empires pushed each other aside because they didn't want to fight with the people from Yandian. Whoever rushed out first would definitely be the one to die the most. Then what should we do? Are we going to keep waiting like this? Prince Chishui asked, somewhat unwilling to give up. Of course not. The governor of Chishui province said, I've sent a letter to the other 3 countries in the name of the upstream forces, telling them to each send out a troop. When the time comes, the 4 countries will mobilize their troops at the same time and attack the Xianyuan Empire in one fell swoop, directly dividing their territory. Hearing this, Prince Chishui and the 3rd princess were excited. Father, is there anything you need us to do? Please give me your orders. The governor of Chishui province laughed and waved his hand. Just you wait. When the time comes, all of you will be there. Yes. The 2 of them replied in unison. Seeing their imperial father walk out, they followed him. On a branch in the palace, the fire phoenix, who had shrunk into a small bird, was standing on a branch. She heard their conversation and watched them leave. Then, she flapped her wings and left, preparing to report back to Fengjiu. In a small forest on the outskirts of Chishui Imperial City, Fengjiu and the others set up camp and rested. Tun Yin lay beside Fengjiu with half-closed eyes, while Lao Bai had shrunk into a small white snake and was sleeping on a branch. Chapter 17:19. Seeing the fire phoenix fly back, Fengjiu reached out her hand and let the fire phoenix land in her hand. How is it? Did you hear anything? She asked softly. The fire phoenix flapped its wings and said, Yes, the old man from Chishui province said that he wants to join forces with a few other countries to attack the Xianyuan Empire. It told Fengjiu everything it heard in the palace and waited for her next order. Hearing the fire phoenix's words, Fengjiu curled the corners of her lips and revealed a cold smile. This old man was indeed wishful thinking. Since he wasn't afraid of death, she would start with him. She ordered everyone to hide first and sent the Fire Phoenix to the palace to keep an eye on them. The others waited for Guanxilin and Du Fan's teams to arrive. They waited for 2 days. 2 days later, in the evening, Guanxilin and Du Fan led their teams to a small forest. When the Phoenix Guard who was watching them saw them, he brought them to Fengjiu. When Guanxilin saw Fengjiu, he strode forward and asked with a smile, "Xiaojiu, when did you guys arrive? We flew the whole way here. I didn't expect to be later than you guys." "Master." Du Fan, Feng Wei, and the others bowed respectfully. Fengjiu glanced at them and smiled. "We arrived 2 days earlier than you guys. Did everything go well?" "Nothing happened on the way. It was good." They smiled and said. Fengjiu nodded. "Let's all rest for a while. I will tell you guys what happened next." Thus, everyone sat down around the fire under the tree and looked at him, waiting for his next words. "Since everyone is here, I plan to make a move tomorrow night. We don't need to make a big move, mainly an assassination. As long as the person in power in Qishui province is dead, then Qishui province will be in a state of disunity. At that time, they won't even be able to take care of themselves, so they won't have time to deal with the Xianyuan Empire." After that, Fengjiu explained the details of the plan to them and asked, "Do you guys remember everything?" "We'll remember." Everyone responded in a loud and powerful voice. "Very good. Let's take the time to rest after eating something." She gestured for Leng Hua and Leng Shuang to distribute the roasted meat to everyone. She got up and walked around. Seeing this, Guanxilin followed her and said, "Xiaojiu, did you tell Mo Zhe that we're here?" Fengjiu looked back and smiled. He probably only knows that we're in the 8 great empires, but he doesn't know that we're in Qishui province. She wanted to give him a surprise and help him solve this potential problem. Guanxilin shook his head and smiled. Then he's probably worried now. He doesn't know that you're already at the peak of the sage immortal realm. I think he probably thinks that you're at the peak of the fairy realm. Hearing this, Fengjiu smiled. He'll receive the news soon. Once she killed the monarch of Qishui province and destroyed half of his forces in the imperial city, he would naturally receive the news. Moreover, he wouldn't be the only one who would know. The people from the other countries would know as well. When that time came, they would be nervous and on guard. After all, the monarch of Qishui province was a cultivator at the mid-stage of the fairy realm. Chapter 1720. The next day, at night, Fengjiu and Guanxilin led a group of people and sneaked into the palace. The others were led by Luo Yu and the others to make other arrangements. They entered through the side door of the palace. After taking care of the guards, they let the Phoenix Guards replace them to guard the room while the others went inside. After half a year of training, the Phoenix Guards' skills and ability to hide their presence were top-notch. They hid in the dark, and even though there were many guards in the palace, they were unable to discover them. The Fire Phoenix, who had been waiting in the palace for a long time, knew of their arrival and flew over. "The Lord of Qishui province is in the palace in front. Follow me." As it spoke, it led the way for them. "Fire Phoenix, have you done what I asked you to do?" Fengjiu asked in a low voice. "It's been done since this morning. The effects of the medicine should be taking effect soon." The Fire Phoenix turned around and said. She had asked it to put a colorless and odorless medicine in the water so that the cultivator's spiritual energy would dissipate without them noticing. Calculating the time, the medicine should be taking effect soon. "Very good." Fengjiu revealed a satisfied smile. This way, it would be effortless. The Lord of Qishui province, who did not know that danger was approaching, was currently hugging a voluptuous and beautiful concubine in the palace. He was touching her up and down, causing her to pant. "My lord, don't. You're still reading the memorials." A voluptuous woman dressed in a lotus-colored chiffon dress had a delicate and charming appearance. She sat on the Qishui monarch's lap with one hand around his neck and the other half covering the chiffon in front of her chest, covering half of her exposed body. Her slender waist swayed slightly, and a pair of slender white legs were faintly discernible under the chiffon dress. She was half unwilling, half angry, and half bashful, and her beautiful eyes were filled with a seductive charm. "No memorials can compare to you, my beloved concubine. Come, let me kiss you." The Lord of Qishui province touched her buttocks with one hand and used the other to pull away the hand covering her chest. He then lowered his head and buried his face in her voluptuous bosom. "Ah, your majesty," that her coquettish voice was infinitely captivating. The beautiful eyes of the well-developed beauty in his arms, her enchanting body, and the soft, smooth, and plump feeling all made his heart ripple. He only felt the evil fire rising, and he immediately carried her to the big bed inside. He tossed the woman in his arms onto the bed, tore off his clothes, and pounced on her. However, at this moment, a long sword emitting a cold glint appeared silently and rested on the monarch's neck. "What a good mood!" A mocking voice rang out in the room, sounding very strange. That voice startled the lord of Chishui province. It was as if a basin of cold water had been poured over his head, extinguishing the evil fire in his body. All that was left was fear. Who was it? Who was it that could appear in his palace so noiselessly? Who was it? Who was it that dared to place a sword on his neck as if there was no one else around? Moreover, he actually didn't notice the arrival of others at all. To be able to go undetected, could this person's cultivation be higher than his? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat, especially in such an embarrassing situation. Chapter 17:21. He watched as the concubine beneath him died with her eyes wide open. The lord of Chishui province was terrified. Who are you?" He turned his head, and when he saw the person holding the sword behind him, the first thing that flashed across his eyes was surprise. That person was dressed in a dazzling red robe and exuded an ethereal aura. That androgynous face had a devilish charm to it. Faintly, the lord of Chishui seemed to see the red-robed person raise her eyebrows and curl her lips slightly as she looked at him with a smile that was not a smile. "Do you recognize who I am?" Feng Jiu asked. She pressed down harder on the long sword and slashed a wound on the lord of Chishui province's neck, causing a trace of blood to seep out. The piercing pain caused the lord of Chishui province to come back to his senses. Looking at the person in front of him, a thought flashed through his mind. You're Feng Jiu." It was said that Feng Jiu had a peerless appearance, liked to dress in red, and wielded the Qingfeng sword. The person in front of him was dressed in red and had a peerless appearance. The sword pressed against his neck was the Qingfeng sword. If it was not Feng Jiu, who else could it be? "That's right. Since you recognize me, then you can die." Feng Jiu curled her lips into a smile, and a cold light flashed across her eyes. She turned the tip of her sword and instantly pierced into his dantian. At the last moment, the lord of Chishui province wanted to take a gamble. Unexpectedly, he was unable to circulate his spiritual aura. He originally wanted to dodge, but he was unable to do so. He took the full brunt of the sword. He only felt that the Qingfeng sword had pierced through his dantian and destroyed his life force. He wanted to use his nascent soul to escape, but he could not do so. His body stiffened as he stared at her. His heart was filled with hatred and unwillingness. He was unwilling to die just like that. However, he swallowed his last breath and fell straight to the ground. Feng Jiu pulled back her sword and looked at the lord of Chishui province who had died with his eyes wide open. She sneered. "Don't worry, your son and daughter will accompany you very soon." She turned around and walked out. She ordered, "Take his corpse and hang it at the entrance of the palace." Yes. 2 Phoenix guards flashed in from the darkness and dragged the corpse out. When Guanxilin, who was standing guard outside, saw her come out, he said, "The 2 fairy realm cultivators hiding in the dark have been dealt with. We can go to Prince Chishui now." Let's go," she replied, and led them to their next destination. Prince Chishui was practicing martial arts in the training field. Ever since he was humiliated in the Xianyuan Empire, he had been working hard to improve his strength and cultivation. Seeing that the Xianyuan Empire was about to be destroyed, he was extremely excited. After destroying the Xianyuan Empire, he would trample on Xianyuan Mo's. As for the Feng Jiu, who was rumored to be Xianyuan Mo's woman, he also wanted to find her, imprisoning her and making her his slave. Bang, bang, bang. After a series of kicks, the 8 shadow guards fell down one by one. They groaned and couldn't stand up for a long time. "Useless. The 8 of you are useless." Prince Chishui flung his sleeves. His sharp eyes swept across the 8 people on the ground. Stand up and continue. The 8 shadow guards supported each other and stood up. They felt that the spiritual energy in their bodies was draining away. They were somewhat frightened. Your Highness, our bodies seem to be a little strange. Yes, me too. It seems that I can't use my spiritual energy. Another person said. That's right. It's the same for me. Another person nodded. Chi. Chapter 17:22. Maybe you're just lucky that you haven't drunk the water in the palace yet. A voice came just like that, startling everyone and causing them to turn around. When Prince Chishui heard that voice, his heart trembled. He looked at the figure in red walking out of the darkness in disbelief and cried out in a low voice, Fengjiu, you actually came to our Red Water Palace. How dare you? After recovering from his shock, Prince Chishui stared at the red figure with a strong desire to possess her. You came at the right time. The Crown Prince was just thinking about you. He sneered sinisterly and glanced at Guan Shilin, who was following her, and the dozen people behind her. How dare you come to my Red Water Palace with such a small number of people? Fengjiu, you're too arrogant. Today, I'll make sure that none of you can escape. Do it, except for the one in red. Kill the rest on the spot. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he didn't see any movement. Only Fengjiu's chuckle could be heard as he slowly walked over. He angrily looked back and shouted, What are you waiting for? Didn't you hear me? Halfway through his words, his voice suddenly stopped because the secret guards who were training with him all fell to the ground with pale faces. Their foreheads were covered with cold sweat, but none of them could move. At this moment, he thought of what they had said before and what Fengjiu had said. Thinking that she was proficient in medicine, he couldn't help but feel shocked. He angrily glared at her. You drugged them. TSK, TSK, TSK. You only realized it now? Fengjiu shook his head and stopped walking. Brother, this person is for you to practice. Okay. Guan Shilin responded in a deep voice. He strode forward and rushed out like a tiger. He waved his fist and fiercely hit Prince Chishui with a sharp wind blade. A powerful pressure came, causing the Chishui crown prince to be startled. He quickly became vigilant. He raised the spirit energy in his body, wanting to receive the punch. Who would have thought that the moment his spirit energy collided with the opponent's profound energy, the two streams of energy bounced off each other. His spirit energy was devoured, and the profound energy closed in, sending him flying. Bang! That punch landed heavily on his chest with a bang. Profound energy spread out in his body, and in that instant, it was as if his internal organs were covered by the aura of profound energy. Then, cracking sounds could be heard. Hiss! A miserable shriek rang out. Just a single punch had injured his internal organs, making it so that he could no longer stand up. Just a single punch had destroyed his dantian, causing him to lie on the ground like a cripple, unable to resist at all. Guan Shilin waved his hand and snorted. Prince Chishui, that's all there is to it. Fengjiu's lips curled into a smile. That's all there is to it. Being ridiculed in front of his face, Prince Chishui was ashamed and angry, but his heart was also overwhelmed with shock. He was no match for them. Moreover, he was crippled with one punch. Looking at them, they definitely wouldn't let him go just like that. At that moment, he couldn't stand up from the ground. As he retreated, he gritted his teeth and crushed the jade token that his imperial father had given him. As long as the jade token was crushed, his imperial father would know. At that time, these people would be doomed. Chapter 17:23. That person who was naked from head to toe, with only a pair of bright yellow underwear. Who else could it be other than the monarch? Monarch. One of the secret guards muttered. His entire body was in a state of panic. Just you wait, my royal father will be here soon. Once my royal father arrives, none of you will be able to escape. Prince Chishui forcefully endured the intense pain in his body, his face deathly pale as he threatened. Fengjiu and Guan Shilin both stood there and looked at him. They did not stop him from crushing the jade pendant to ask for help, because they had already dealt with the people in the palace and some of the people hiding in the shadows. What use would the remaining guards be? Even the monarch was dead, and he wanted to ask for help? Ha ha! then there would still need to be someone to save him. Your Highness, the monarch is over there. One of the secret guards trembled as he pointed behind Fengjiu, pointing at the two Phoenix guards standing in the darkness, dragging a person in their hands. Prince Qishui looked in the direction he was pointing at, and when he saw it, he was shocked. You killed my royal father. How is this possible? How is this possible? That's right. I killed him, and it just so happened that your royal father was having sex with a concubine, so I stabbed him with my sword, and he died just like that, without any effort at all. Fengjiu said casually, looking at his frightened face, and laughed. Do you still have anyone to ask for help? I don't mind killing the person who will save you in the future. You demon. He cursed loudly, wanting to escape, but found that he could not escape at all. His golden core was shattered, his internal organs were damaged, and with Fengjiu and the others watching, how could he escape? Demon? Ha! She sneered and looked at him. You didn't want to live a good life, but you had to go against us and ended up like this. Who do you blame? If you want to blame someone, blame the person who was your backer. Guan Shilin strode forward and grabbed Prince Qishui. Don't talk nonsense with him. Just kill him. As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Prince Qishui on the top of his head. No, don't. However, with a bang, blood flowed out of his 7 orifices and his eyes were wide open. With that slap, his life force was cut off and he fell limply to the ground. Even in death, his eyes were still wide open. Take him away. Guan Shilin threw the Qishui crown prince's corpse to the Phoenix guards. There is one of us, Fengjiu's eyes as he turned and left. To the palace. An hour later, the palace was on fire, and the fire was out of control, shocking the people inside and outside the city. When they rushed to the palace gate, they were shocked again. There were 3 corpses hanging at the gate of the palace, and those 3 corpses were none other than the governor of Qishui province, Prince Qishui, and the most beloved 3rd young master of Qishui province. For a moment, the entire Qishui empire was shaken. On this night, no one escaped from the palace alive, and all the treasures in the palace, whether it was spiritual medicine or precious treasures, were all taken away. The Qishui empire was too chaotic, and the governor of Qishui province was dead, and the others took the opportunity to seize power. Therefore, the entire Qishui empire quickly fell into a crisis of power struggle. Chapter 17:24. When Xinyuan Mose received the news, it was already a few days later. In the Xinyuan palace, he stood with his hands behind his back and looked at the sky outside. He sighed inwardly. No wonder she didn't come when he was waiting for her here. She went to the Qishui empire. She was too reckless. After standing in the palace for a while, he called out Huilang. Master. Huilang walked in from outside and bowed to him. He asked with a grin, Master, what are your orders? Xinyuan Mose glanced at Huilang, who was grinning foolishly. The corner of his mouth twitched imperceptibly. He looked away and said in a deep voice, Take a group of people to help Fengjiu. Huilang was stunned. Go where? Master, do you know which empire the ghost doctor will target next? Of the 3 remaining empires, which one do you think she will attack first? He looked at the sky outside with deep eyes. Huilang thought for a while and said, Eastern Glory Empire is the strongest among the 3 remaining empires. I think the ghost doctor will stay until the end. As for the other 2, one is farther away from Qishui province, and the other is closer to Qishui. Therefore, I think the ghost doctor will destroy the empire closer to Qishui. Is that so? Hearing this, Huilang was surprised and asked, Isn't it so? Did his master think that the ghost doctor wouldn't attack the empire closer to her? Take a group of people and wait for her in Eastern Glory Empire. He ordered in a deep voice. Huilang was stunned, but didn't ask any more questions. He respectfully replied, Yes. Since his master said so, he would do as he was told. Therefore, he bowed and retreated. After transferring a team of people, he informed Ing Yi and headed for the Eastern Glory Empire. In the pitch-black night, Tianshan Mountain was covered in white. Under the reflection of the white snow, the light became clearer. On the summit of Heaven Mountain, The white-robed elder of heavenly secrets stood with his hands behind his back. He gazed at the dazzling stars in the night sky, sighing in amazement as he murmured, as expected of the phoenix star. She was actually able to easily resolve a heaven-defying tribulation. Truly inconceivable, truly inconceivable. Master, Mo Chun, who was also dressed in white, walked over and stood behind him. Mo Chun, go to her side. She will be the one to break through your life and death tribulation. He turned around and looked at Mo Chun as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Mo Chun was slightly startled. He asked, "Didn't Shizun say that I would only be allowed to leave the mountain after she had broken through her own heaven-defying tribulation? Could it be that she has already cracked it?" It had only been half a year, but he had heard that the Phoenix dynasty had been destroyed. That night, the fire had burned everything in the Phoenix Imperial Palace. Even the old Master Feng and his wife had perished in the flames. Furthermore, the old Master Feng's youngest son had become food in the stomach of a ferocious beast. As for Fengjiu, she had taken her parents and the remaining Phoenix guards to a faraway place. For half a year, there had been no news of her at all. It was as if she had disappeared from the world. During this period of time, even the Xianyuan Empire was under attack from many sides and was in a state of turmoil. The war between the 8 empires seemed to be on the verge of breaking out at any moment. Even the cultivators in various places could feel the atmosphere of mutual hostility. At this time, his master had suddenly asked him to leave the mountain. Could it be that she was about to appear? Chapter 1725. As Elder Tianji spoke, he stroked his beard and looked at the dazzling star in the sky. Do you see it? The star of the Phoenix has appeared again, and it's even brighter than before. Master is certain that the heaven-defying tribulation on her should have been dissolved by her own hands. Master, then are her grandfather and the others really dead? Imogen couldn't help but ask. Life and death, death and life. Life is death, death is life. Go down the mountain. He strode away and walked back. Step by step, he stepped on the snow without leaving a trace, leaving only his faint voice echoing under the starry sky. Mo Chun watched as his figure gradually disappeared into the distance. Only when it disappeared did he retract his gaze and look at the dazzling star in the night sky. After a long while, he walked into the courtyard and prepared to pack his things and go down the mountain early tomorrow morning. On the other side, in the upper reaches of the continent in the courtyard, Sushi supported the pale Feng Sanyuan as they walked around, basking in the sun. After walking for a while, she helped him lie down on the bed in the courtyard. Be careful, Sushi said as she covered him with a thin blanket. I wonder how Yi-Er is now. I wonder if Feng girl has found him. Half a year has passed. Are they well? Feng Sanyuan said slowly, his voice weak. Half a year ago, when he closed his eyes in the great fire, he thought he wouldn't be able to live. He didn't expect that when he opened his eyes again, he would still be able to see this world and his wife. What he didn't expect was that the person who saved them would be someone he didn't expect, Morong Yixien. Didn't young Master Morong say that there are upper reaches of the upper reaches of the continent? Right now, there are upstream powers watching them. Little Nine and the others should have already hidden themselves. No news is good news for us. At least we know that they are safe. Sushi said softly, comforting him softly. Even though she was also worried, she knew that it was useless to worry. Right now, they weren't in the 8 great empires, nor were they in the Phoenix dynasty. They were in the upper reaches of the continent, a continent that they would never have thought they would come to. Back then, the person who saved them in the Great Fire was actually the prince of Glorious Sun Country's Murong royal family, Morong Yixien. A person that she had only heard of but never expected to see had appeared just like that to save them. Later on, he said that the palace that was on fire that day was his original palace, and there was a secret passage inside. He thought of going in through the secret passage to take a look when he was passing by the Phoenix dynasty. He didn't expect that he would save them by accident. Master, Madam, young Master is here. A maidservant serving in the courtyard came in to report, and then retreated. Hearing this, the couple looked at each other, thinking that they had to ask around this time to see if there was any news about Fengjiu recently. After all, the last time Murong Yishuan came over, he also brought news, but it was not good news. Although they were in the upper reaches of the continent, through Murong Yishian, they also knew that the Phoenix dynasty had been destroyed. It was also because they knew how powerful the enemy was that they were quietly recuperating here and didn't rush back impulsively. They were afraid that something like this would happen again and make them worry. But even so, they felt that every day was like a year in this place. Chapter 17:26. He wore a simple white robe, and his black hair was tied up with a jade crown. He wore a jade pendant and a white jade flute at his waist. His steps were slow and steady. Following behind him was a black-clothed guard. Grandpa Feng, old madam. Murong Yishian bowed to the two as he entered the courtyard. "Have a seat." The old man gestured. Looking at the elegant young master in white, he sighed in his heart. Back then, after the Phoenix dynasty was established, he disappeared without a trace. It was as if he had disappeared without a trace. Who would have thought that in the end, they would meet again under such circumstances, and he was even the one who saved them? Thinking back, he also thought highly of him and Xiao Jiao as a couple. Unfortunately, all right. Murong Yishian nodded and sat down at the table. He looked at the two and asked gently, "Are you two feeling better? Have you taken your medicine on time?" Hearing this, Sushi said, "I've made young Master Murong worry. My injuries have healed. Sun Yuan's injuries were too severe. He hasn't gotten better even after recuperating for half a year. This is all my fault. I left the two of you here and rarely came to visit." He said apologetically, "Our lives were saved by you. We'll definitely repay this debt of gratitude in the future." Feng Sanyuan said, "Grandpa Feng, don't say that." He shook his head and said, "I've played with Qinggu in the manor since I was young. I've always treated Grandpa Feng as my own grandfather. Although I couldn't stop the things that happened later, I know that I can't blame anyone else. Just like this time, I'm very happy to have accidentally saved Grandpa Feng and old madam." He looked at the two and smiled. "Actually, I've come this time because I have news to tell the two of you." The two of them looked at each other and asked, "Do you have news about Xiaojio?" Murong Yishian nodded and said, "Recently, I was ordered by my master to go down the mountain to handle some matters. I heard a piece of news, and I felt that this matter might be related to Fengjiu, so I came to tell you. Moreover, I sent a letter to Xianyuan Mo's to inform them of your whereabouts. It's been half a year, and those people aren't keeping a close eye on us anymore. Furthermore, I heard that an empire was recently destroyed overnight. I'm guessing that Fengjiu is behind this. I think that if the two of you want to go back, you should be able to take a look after your bodies have recovered." The two of them were surprised. "You're saying that we can go back now?" He replied with a smile. "You can go back, but I hope that you can wait until your injuries have healed. That way, even if you encounter any trouble on the way, it can be solved." "All right, we got it." When they returned, they would first go to the Xianyuan Empire to look for Xianyuan Mo's. He should know where Fengjiu was. Moreover, as long as they asked him, they should be able to know if Yer was with them. Murong Yishian stood up and said, "I still have to return to the mountain to report. I'll take my leave now." "You won't stay for long, right? You're leaving already?" Feng Sanyuan asked as he looked at Murong Yishian. His heart was indescribably complicated. "No, I still have matters to attend to. I can't delay." He smiled and turned to leave. Chapter 17:27. Feng Sanyuan looked at the sky and said slowly, "This is unavoidable. The danger that should come will still come. The main thing is how we deal with it." Among the 8 great empires, the other 3 empires were also in a state of vigilance and fear, especially when they thought about the scene of the Qishui Empire's monarch dying naked and being hung at the entrance of the imperial city after his death. Even though they did not see it with their own eyes, every time they thought about it, they felt anxious and uneasy. The monarch of the Luoyue Empire, which was the closest to the Qishui Empire, was currently in the palace, asking the people he sent out to investigate. "It's been so many days. Haven't you found anything?" The person kneeling in the palace did not dare to raise his head and said, "Monarch, there are no clues in Qishui province. We don't know who did it. The crown prince of the Xianyuan Empire, Xianyuan Mo's, has always been in the empire and has never left. The Yin Palace's forces are guarding the Xianyuan Empire tightly. It's not the Yin Palace's people who did it. Hearing this, the monarch of the Luoyue Empire's monarch did not feel relieved. If it was not Xianyuan Mo's who did it, then who could it be? He could definitely conclude that this force was helping the Xianyuan Empire. Otherwise, they would not have attacked the Qishui Empire at this time. The monarch of Qishui Province, who was a fairy realm expert, was killed without anyone knowing. Every time he thought about this, he could not sleep well. Would there be a person standing beside his bed one night who wanted to take his life? Useless things. Leave. He waved his hand and shouted anxiously. The people kneeling in the main hall could only respond respectfully and then leave. The monarch of the Luoyue Empire paced back and forth in the palace. Not long after, he shouted again, "Men! Monarch!" 2 people came in and bowed respectfully. Add another patrol team. Don't let even a mosquito into the palace. The monarch of the Luoyue Empire ordered. Yes. The 2 men left and gave the order to add another patrol team to the palace. This was the 3rd time the monarch had issued such an order. One could only imagine how anxious the monarch was right now. In the Dongyao Empire, although the people sent out didn't find anything, the emperor of the Dongyao Empire wrote down the names of many possible culprits on a piece of paper and checked them himself. Finally, he circled the name Fengjiu. Looking at that name, a chilling, killing intent flashed across the Dongyao monarch's gloomy eyes. Apart from this Fengjiu, who else among the 8 great empires and the forces of the lower continents would risk offending them and the forces of the upper continents to help Xianyuan Mo's? I just didn't expect that after being silent for half a year, when everyone thought that Fengjiu had gone into hiding in fear, she would appear again. He muttered in a low voice, his voice filled with viciousness. Since you dare to appear again, then this time, I must take your head and present it to the people above. Since the higher-ups want her head, then he would take her head and give it to them. Give her head as a gift. This Fengjiu was known as the Ghost Doctor. It was said that she was extremely famous in the 1st and 9th grade countries. How famous could she be? She was just a woman who knew a little about medicine. A little girl who had never seen the world dared to call herself the Ghost Doctor and said that she had medical skills that could bring the dead back to life. She even dared to offend the higher-ups. How arrogant! Chapter 1728. However, at this moment, he would never know, nor would he believe, that not long after, this woman whom he looked down upon would personally end his life. Under Xianyuan Mo's orders, Hui Lang had arrived at the Eastern Glory Empire's imperial city ahead of everyone else. He sat on a tree and sighed. The Ghost Doctor will come here? Master didn't even get the slightest bit of news and made us come here to wait. What if we waited for nothing? Boss, maybe the Ghost Doctor will really come here. Master's words shouldn't be wrong. A man in black beside him said, "That's because you don't know. Master is purely guessing." Hui Lang rolled his eyes at him and said, "I was still thinking that if I could meet the Ghost Doctor, I could kill to my heart's content with her. If not, we can only wait here." As he spoke, he didn't wait for the man in black to speak and continued. "Moreover, I feel that if I were the Ghost Doctor, I would first attack the Luoyue Empire. Why would I go around and attack Eastern Glory Empire first?" "Boss, didn't you always say that the Ghost Doctor isn't an ordinary person? Maybe she's different from what we think." The man in black said, "Go away." He waved his hand. "When I said that she's not an ordinary person, I meant that she's a little perverted. Her way of thinking and doing things is different from normal people. You're the perverted one." Suddenly, a voice sounded, scaring Hui Lang. He fell from the tree, and after steadying himself, he shouted, "Who is it?" On the branch, the fire phoenix flapped her wings and flew up. "You wolf, why didn't you stay put? What are you doing here? You even said that Xiaojio is a pervert? You're in trouble." As she spoke, the fire phoenix flapped her wings and flew back. When Hui Lang heard this and recognized that the little bird was the fire phoenix, he was instantly delighted. "Fire phoenix, you bastard, why didn't you say anything when you came? Since you're here, does that mean the Ghost Doctor is here too? She's really here? Ha ha." When the men in black heard this, they were alarmed and startled. That little bird was the ghost doctor's ancient mythical beast, the fire phoenix? Boss, it seems to be saying that it wants to report to the ghost doctor. A man in black whispered. Hui Lang was startled and hurriedly chased after it. Fire phoenix, don't get agitated. Come. We haven't seen each other for a long time. Let's have a good chat. What's there to talk about with a wolf like you? The fire phoenix snorted, flapped its wings, and flew forward. Grey Wolf asked the people behind him to stay where they were and followed them. Soon, he saw Feng Nine and the others resting about 500 meters away. Ghost Doctor, Seeing that it was Hui Lang, the Fengjiu was also startled. Your master sent you here? He actually knew that she was coming to Dongyao. Yes, Master asked me to come and help you. Ghost Doctor, you don't know this, but Master has been waiting for you to go to the Xianyuan Empire. Who knew that you destroyed the governor of Qishui province? He's very worried about you, so he sent me here. Chapter 17:29. Fire Phoenix glanced at him and said to Fengjiu, he said you're pervert. I heard him bad-mouthing you just now. Upon hearing this, Hui Lang hurriedly waved his hands. No, I definitely didn't badmouth you. I was praising you. You have to believe me. Fengjiu glanced at him with a faint smile, but did not say much. He only asked, when did you guys arrive? A few days. We've been waiting for you here. I was wondering if you'd gone to the Luoyue kingdom. As he spoke, he glanced at the Phoenix guards behind him and asked curiously, Ghost Doctor, how did their strength advance so quickly? They've been working hard for the past 6 months. It's not strange for them to have such strength, Fengjiu said with a smile. I was shocked to see them have such strength in half a year. Besides their advancement, your strength seems to have increased too, right? Are you at the peak of the fairy realm? Fengjiu smiled. No, I'm at the peak of the fairy sage realm. What? You're already at the peak of the fairy sage realm? That's incredible. How did you do it? It's only been half a year. Even Master didn't expect you to have advanced to the peak of the fairy sage realm. He's still worried about you. As Hui Lang spoke, he looked at her in disbelief. Then he said matter-of-factly, but it makes sense. If you weren't at your level, how could you have killed the monarch of Qishui province so easily? Fengjiu smiled and asked, how many people did you bring with you? Grey Wolf grinned and said, I only brought 20 people, but each and every one of them is an expert that can fight against 10 people. They're right in front. Ghost Doctor, you can follow me to rest. All right, lead the way. Fengjiu gestured. Thus, everyone followed Hui Lang into the small forest. When the men in black who were already waiting there saw them walk over, they immediately went up and bowed. Greetings, Ghost Doctor. Fengjiu nodded and said, you don't have to be so courteous. He then turned around and instructed the Phoenix guards, take a rest. Luoyu stepped forward and said, Master, I'll bring some people to hunt some game back. Go. Be careful, Fengjiu warned. Luoyu smiled and replied, yes. Thus, he turned around and left with a group of people. After they sat down, Hui Lang asked curiously, Ghost Doctor, how did you kill the monarch of Qishui province? There are many experts in the Qishui Imperial Palace. Did you not attract their attention? How did they manage to kill the monarch of Qishui province without making a sound? Could it be that those people were all asleep? Thinking of this, he was suddenly startled, and a thought flashed through his mind. Oh, right, the Ghost Doctor must have used some medicine. As expected, he heard her words. Fengjiu smiled and said, I first asked the Fire Phoenix to put the medicine in the well water they drank. The medicine is colorless and tasteless, and takes effect slowly. Naturally, they did not notice. At night, we sneaked into the Imperial Palace and worked together. In less than 2 hours, we set fire to the Qishui Imperial Palace and hung a few corpses in front of the Imperial Palace to deter other countries. Hui Lang suddenly understood and said, so that's how it is. Guan Shilin on the side smiled and said, what else could it be? Did you think that we would directly kill our way in? If we did that, how many people would we lose? Hee. Hui Lang smiled embarrassedly. No, I definitely did not think that way. Chapter 17:30. Don't worry, Ghost Doctor. Master's fine. Hui Lang grinned and replied, "It's just that too many things have happened in the past 6 months, so much so that Master seems to be tense all the time. Sometimes he's busy until midnight and doesn't even rest." Then he added, "But Ghost Doctor, don't worry. Master hasn't had any other woman by his side in the past 6 months." Hearing this, Fengjiu couldn't help but laugh. "All right, don't say such nonsense." Then she said to Guan Shilin, after resting for a while, "We'll act according to our original plan." "No problem," Guan Shilin said and walked towards the Phoenix guards who were resting at the back. Seeing this, Hui Lang didn't disturb her anymore. Instead, he sat not far away from her and watched her sit cross-legged to adjust her qi and close her eyes to rest. In the next 2 days, Hui Lang watched Guan Shilin leave with the Phoenix guards. He couldn't help but come to Fengjiu's side and ask, "Ghost Doctor, what are they going to do? Should we go and help?" "No need, just let them go," Fengjiu, who was sitting cross-legged and cultivating, said without opening her eyes. "Then when are we going to attack the Dong Yao Empire?" Hui Lang asked. He had seen her here for the past 2 days. Other than Guan Shilin and the others who made some movements, she had been sitting here without giving any orders. He didn't know when they were going to make a move. "Who told you that we're going to attack the Dong Yao Empire?" Fengjiu glanced at him and asked jokingly. "Didn't you? Then what are we doing here? Ghost Doctor, what are you going to do next? At least give me a hint." He looked at her with a bitter face. He had been here with his people all this time, but he didn't know the next order. This feeling was really suffocating. "Wait, when the time comes, I'll naturally tell you." Fengjiu stood up and stretched. "Since we're free, let's move our muscles and bones." As soon as she finished speaking, she had already raised her fist to attack Hui Lang. Seeing this, Hui Lang quickly retreated. Seeing that she didn't use her spiritual power, he said, "All right then, I'll just be a sparring partner and practice with the Ghost Doctor." If she used her spiritual aura, he wouldn't be able to withstand a single move from her. However, if she didn't use her spiritual aura, then that was another matter. Furthermore, he might even be able to learn a move or two from her. Thinking of this, his interest was immediately piqued. He dodged and attacked at the same time. As the two of them exchanged blows in the forest, the surrounding black-clothed men's eyes involuntarily lit up. They all stared at the two's moves. They were more familiar with their leader's skills and were used to seeing their moves. However, the Ghost Doctor's moves were extremely rare. Now that they saw it, they could tell that there was a huge difference. Her attacks were sharp and aimed at the vital points. If it wasn't for the fact that she didn't use any spiritual power, their heads wouldn't have been able to withstand a single attack from her. Seeing these attacks aimed at the vital points, they secretly noted them down. In the palace of Dong Yao, the monarch of Dong Yao narrowed his eyes and glared at the people below. "What did you say? You found traces of those people in the mountains behind the imperial palace?" "Yes. We didn't dare to act rashly and alert the enemy, so we specially came to report to the monarch," the black-clothed man said in a deep voice. Chapter 17:31. The black-robed man was silent for a while, then said, "No, I didn't see the red-robed young man there, but there was a man with an extraordinary aura. He should be Fengjiu's sworn brother, Guan Shilin." "Guan Shilin? Humph." The emperor of Dong Yao Kingdom snorted coldly and ordered with his hands behind his back, "Elder Yin, bring some men with you and annihilate them in one fell swoop." Elder Yin was one of the two fairy realm experts under him. With him there, it would be easy for him to annihilate Guan Shilin and dozens of Phoenix guards. "Yes, sir." An old man walked out from the back. His gray robe was inconspicuous, but the aura he exuded was extraordinary. "As long as this matter is settled, I will reward you handsomely," the emperor of Dong Yao Kingdom said. "Thank you, Emperor. Just wait for me to bring the head of Guan Shilin to see you." With that, he cupped his hands and walked out. The emperor of Dong Yao Kingdom looked at the sky outside with his hands behind his back and snorted coldly. "Arrogant brat, you overestimate yourself. Let me use you to defeat Fengjiu's spirit." Perhaps it was because they thought that there were only dozens of people from an inferior country. So the emperor of Dong Yao Kingdom, Elder Yin, and even the guards of Dong Yao Kingdom did not take them seriously. They were fugitives from an extinct country. Even if they had some cultivation, how outstanding could they be? If they were really outstanding, their Phoenix dynasty would not have been destroyed. Elder Yin and the others saw the annihilation of Guan Shilin and his men as a great merit. They would definitely punish them so that none of them could escape. Listen up, don't let any of them escape, he said to the people behind him. Yes, everyone responded in a deep voice. They had heard that those people only had a few dozen people, but they had 100 people here. Just based on the number of people, they had the upper hand. Not to mention that their strength was stronger than those people from the inferior countries. If they wanted to kill those people, it would not be a problem at all. How could they let them escape? Split up and attack from both sides. Boss Yin waved his hand, indicating for them to move to the sides and surround the dozens of Phoenix guards in the back mountain. Thus, the 100 or so guards quickly spread out to the two sides. They restrained their auras and moved towards the two sides, preparing to surround them. At the same time, Guan Shilin, Du Fan, Luo Yu, and the other 8 captains of the Phoenix Guards had been waiting for a long time. They held their breaths and listened to the movements. A Phoenix Guard silently flew over to report. Reporting, there are about 100 of them, and they have split into 2 groups to flank us from both sides. The leader of the 2 groups is an old man in the fairy realm. He didn't get too close to us in order to avoid being discovered, so I couldn't see his face clearly. However, he should be one of the 2 fairy realm experts mentioned in the information. Very good, Guan Shilin said, then looked at Du Fan. Is everything ready? Don't worry, everything is ready. As long as they come in, they won't be able to leave. Du Fan said confidently, fanning himself with a white jade fan in his hand. Hearing this, Guan Shilin looked at Luo Yu and the other 7 captains. Each of you take your small groups and lie in ambush in the formation. Once you see them enter the formation, kill them without mercy. Yes. Chapter 1732. Due to the formation, the back of the mountain was filled with a light smoke. This light smoke was not dense, but it seemed to block some of the vision. When the people of the Eastern Glory Empire stepped into the formation step by step without realizing it, the silent massacre had already begun. The Phoenix Guards held daggers in their hands and appeared out of nowhere in the formation. They covered the other party's mouth with one hand and slit his throat with the other hand, holding the dagger. A life disappeared without a sound. The people walking at the back were decreasing one by one, but the people in front did not notice that something was wrong. They only realized that they seemed to be walking in circles in this fog. Did you notice that we seem to be walking in circles? We seem to have walked through this place just now, the leader of the guard said. Could it be that there's a formation here? Also, why do I feel that there's a bloody smell in here? Can't you smell it? The person at the back said. When he turned back to look, a Phoenix Guard suddenly jumped out and stabbed his chest with a dagger. Yes, there's an ambush. The person's breath was stuck in his throat, and he could not swallow it. He stared unwillingly at the person who suddenly jumped out. After saying this, he fell down. There's an ambush. It was unknown who shouted, but the entire team instantly fell into chaos. They quickly gathered together and looked around vigilantly with their backs facing each other. Only then did they realize that their team originally had 50 people, but now less than half of them were left. Damn it, kill them. The leader could vaguely see the black mass of people scurrying out from the fog. He was startled and yelled, but who knew that as soon as his voice fell, arrows shot out from the surrounding area. Kill them. Don't leave a single one alive. This time, the Phoenix Guards shouted loudly. They did not rush out, but instead shot arrows at them. Countless arrows shot out like a rain of arrows toward the guards who were gathered together. Shrill cries sounded, startling the birds in the forest and causing them to flap their wings and fly away. It also shocked Elder Yin, who was not far away, and he had a bad premonition in his heart. Were they their people, or were they Eastern Glory Empire's people? No, it should be the screams of Guan Shilin and the others. How could a few dozen people be a match for his 100 people? One had to know that there were not many powerhouses among these 100 people. However, although he comforted himself, the uneasiness in his heart still made him not dare to be careless. He walked inside, wanting to see for himself. In the formation, after shooting for a while, the arrows instantly stopped when the order was given. At this time, there were less than 3 of the 50 people left, and these 3 were nascent soul cultivators. Luo Yu, Pham Lin, and the other captains exchanged glances with Du Fan. Looking at the 3 people, Luo Yu ordered the Phoenix Guards around them. Everyone else, stand back and be on guard. Leave these 3 old things to us. Chapter 1733. A scream was heard, and one person fell down. However, the battle was not over yet. The other Phoenix Guards did not relax. They knew that the reason why their leader did not let them fight, but chose to fight personally, was to minimize their casualties. After all, with their abilities, they could fight against someone at the peak of the Golden Elixir realm, but they were still too weak to fight against someone at the Nascent Soul realm. After half a year of training, Luo Yu and the rest abilities had improved greatly. They were not afraid of fighting against Nascent Soul realm powerhouses anymore. Together with Du Fan, the 5 of them worked together, and the remaining 2 were quickly eliminated. However, even so, they still suffered some injuries. Although they were not serious, after the battle, their auras were slightly messed up. Retreat. With an order, the Phoenix Guards quickly retreated and rushed to the other side to help. About half an hour after they left, Elder Yin arrived. Looking at the corpses on the ground, his face was gloomy. He clenched his fists so tightly that his veins could be seen. Phoenix Guards. What a team of Phoenix Guards. Just a few dozen of you dared to kill more than 100 of my people. I want to see if you can still stand up straight without fear when facing me, a fairy realm powerhouse. Umph. With a gloomy voice, he waved his hand and rose into the air. When he was in the air, he saw that the ground was filled with smoke, and his vision was not clear. He could only see everything clearly when he scanned the ground with his divine sense. When he scanned the other side with his divine sense, he saw that the people there were also fighting. Moreover, there were the sounds of ferocious beasts. He thought that they must have brought their contracted beasts over. Hence, he quickly rushed to the ground. Before he arrived, his pressure had already enveloped the area. "Where's the boy named Guan? If you have the guts, come out and fight with me." The voice, which contained a strong pressure, spread clearly through the back of the mountain. Once the pressure of a fairy realm powerhouse enveloped the area, the auras of the people below became unstable. Old man, your grandfather Guan has been waiting for you for a long time." In the smoke, there was no one, but laughter rang out. The deafening laughter contained a strong dark force aura, which was not inferior to Elder Yan's. Elder Yan's heart shook when he sensed the powerful, profound energy aura. He widened his eyes in disbelief as he looked at the boorish man who was standing in mid-air within the smoke. You're actually a martial god expert. Even in the 8 great empires, it was extremely rare for a profound practitioner to cultivate to the martial god realm. Moreover, this person was said to be from an inferior country, so how did he cultivate to the martial god realm? The shock and astonishment in his heart collided with each other at this moment. He only felt waves rising from the ground and violently beating against his heart. He, who had originally vowed that he would take the other party's head and present it to the monarch, could not help but have a trace of seriousness at this moment. A martial god expert. He had lived for so many years, but he had never fought with a martial god expert. This was because Xian martial artists cultivated slowly. If they wanted to cultivate to the martial god level, they would need to be old monsters who had lived for hundreds of years. However, the man called Guan Shilin seemed to be in his 20s. How could he not be shocked when he was already a middle-stage martial god at such a young age? At this moment, he felt a little hesitant and uncertain. Chapter 1734. Just as Elder Yan was shocked by Guan Shilin's strength and cultivation, Guan Shilin, who was high up in the air, waved the large blade in his hand. Along with a powerful dark force aura, he charged forward at a speed that was too fast for one to cover their ears. The sharp and cold large blade slashed through the air, bringing with it a swift and fierce aura. Wherever it passed, the wind blades were as terrifying as the howls of ghosts. In just a moment of distraction, Elder Yin saw the broadsword with a frightening, murderous aura chopping towards him. Elder Yin abruptly came back to his senses and dodged the attack. At the same time, he flicked his sleeve, and a visible stream of spiritual energy flew out from his sleeve with a whoosh like a cold crescent moonblade. Whoosh! The spiritual energy stream cut through the air and attacked Guan Shilin. Guan Shilin blocked it with his broadsword, and only a clang was heard. The air blade on the broadsword collided with the stream of spiritual energy and dispersed. The two exchanged blows, and it seemed that they were evenly matched. However, after a long battle, Elder Yan's spiritual energy had been consumed too much. Gradually, his aura became unstable, and the speed of his attacks slowed down inadvertently. Seeing this, Guan Shilin coldly snorted. Like a ferocious tiger, he pounced forward with an irresistible force. He waved his broadsword and shouted, "Old thing, I'm going to take your life today." The deafening sound was accompanied by a powerful force. Elder Yin only felt his eardrums vibrate, and the qi and blood in his body became unstable. A mouthful of blood welled up from his throat and was about to spit it out, but he forced it down. Seeing Guan Shilin swinging his broadsword at him and that there was no way to dodge, he took out his longsword, infused it with spiritual energy, and met the attack head-on. Clang! Hiss! The sword and the broadsword collided, and a clear clang was heard. Sparks and hissing sounds were heard from the friction. The Xian Qi and spiritual energy on the two of them fought against each other, forming a visible stream of air to protect their bodies. Kacha! When the sword and saber collided, there was a sudden cracking sound, as if the weapon was about to break. Hearing this sound, Elder Yan's heart shook, especially when he saw the thin crack on the long sword in his hand. His heart was even more shocked. Bang! After a cracking sound, just as old Yan's mind was thrown into chaos, the long sword in his hand was broken, and the tip of the sword flew out with a whoosh. Bang! Without the obstruction of the long sword, the air current directly hit his body. With a bang, Elder Yin spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was ruthlessly sent flying and fell from the air. Boss Yin was shocked. The moment he fell, all he could think of was to escape. However, Guan Shilin did not give him a chance to escape. Instead, he chased after him with his saber and viciously slashed at his back. Swish! Bang! When the blade landed on Elder Yan's body, he thought that it would be enough to kill him. However, a bang was heard from his body, and a ray of light was reflected. It seemed that he had a life-saving spell on him. Guan Shilin took another look and saw that the back of Elder Yan's shirt was torn. There was not even a drop of blood on his back. Seeing this, Guan Shilin waved his saber again and quickly chased after him. You can't escape. Accept your death obediently. Chapter 1735. Swoosh! A sharp blade aura was emitted. Immediately after, scarlet blood splattered in the air. Senior Yin, who was fleeing in front, was cleaved into two by the large blade behind him. A mournful scream filled with unwillingness rang out, echoing in the air. Note the corpse fell from the air, and the scream stopped abruptly. The surroundings seemed to have calmed down at this moment, and even the aura of spiritual energy and dark force in the air gradually disappeared. Guan Shilin leaped down from the air and arrived beside Elder Yan's corpse. He collected the Cosmos bag and space ring on Elder Yan's body, then turned to look at the Phoenix Guard and asked, "How did it go?" "Don't worry, we didn't leave a single survivor," Du Fan said. "Then let's proceed with the second step of the plan." Guan Shilin signaled and glanced at Luo Yu and the others. "Okay, we'll act immediately," Luo Yu and the others said. The 8 of them split into 2 groups and left with the Phoenix Guard and Tan Yun to prepare for the second step of the plan. Guan Shilin and Du Fan looked at each other, then left the back of the mountain and headed for the palace. Outside the city, Fengjiu, who had stopped practicing with Hui Lang for a while, looked at the sky gradually darkening and said to them, "Let's go. Didn't you want to stretch your muscles? Now's the time." Everyone's eyes lit up. Were they going to destroy the Eastern Glory Empire? However, there were many strong people in the Eastern Glory Empire. If they went in directly, would they? I didn't dare to ask. Their eyes fell on Hui Lang, hoping that their leader could ask what the ghost doctor's plan was. Seeing their gazes, Hui Lang hesitated and asked, "Ghost doctor, are we going to kill our way into the palace?" "Why? Are you scared?" Feng Zhou glanced at them with a faint smile. "How is that possible?" Hui Lang straightened his back. "Scared? Hui Lang, don't know how to spell the word scared." "All right then, let's go. If you're late, you won't be of any use." As she spoke, she took a deep breath and headed toward the palace of Dongyao. Seeing this, Hui Lang waved his hand. "Follow the ghost doctor. We'll know when we get there." "Yes." Everyone responded and followed behind him. Dongyao Imperial Palace, what? In the main seat of the palace, the monarch of Dong Yao Empire stood up abruptly. He widened his eyes in shock. "What did you say?" "Say it again." "Our reporting to the monarch. Elder Yin brought 100 people to the back of the mountain. All of them were killed. None of them survived. Even Elder Yin was also split in half." The black-clothed secret guard who was kneeling below said with a trembling voice. He had been ordered to observe the battle from a distance. When he saw that Elder Yin had been killed, he was shocked and immediately returned to report. Too strong. Those people were too strong. A mere few dozen people were actually able to kill all 100 of their experts. Moreover, even Elder Yin, who was at the flying immortal stage, was killed by that burly man. Every time he thought of the scene where Elder Yin was split in half, a chill ran up from the soles of his feet. He was so shocked that his heart trembled and his mind was in a mess. The monarch of Dong Yao Empire stiffened. His face was full of disbelief. He stood there and looked at the black-clothed secret guard kneeling below. He asked, was it Feng Zhou who killed them? Other than Feng Zhou, who else had this ability? Chapter 1736. Guan Shilin, Feng Zhou's sworn brother? The emperor of Dongyao country asked in shock, how could he kill Elder Yin, who is at the fairy realm? Did you watch carefully? Are there any experts secretly helping them? No, I saw that it was Guan Shilin who cut Elder Yin in half with his sword. There was no one else. Hearing this, the emperor of Dongyao country fell to the ground, his body trembling unnoticeably. Feng Zhou, Guan Shilin, these Phoenix Guards, were really capable. If that was the case, then it was too terrifying. Even if they asked for help from other countries now, it would be too far away to put out a nearby fire. Moreover, even if they asked for help, the other two empires would not come immediately. He took a deep breath, calmed his emotions, and said in a low voice, send someone to the major families in the imperial city. Ask their ancestors and masters to enter the palace to help. Yes. The secret guard in black responded and left quickly. However, since the fall of the Qishui Empire, the news had spread throughout the empires, especially the major families in the imperial cities of the empires that cooperated with the Qishui Empire. They were prepared for it. Although they were not familiar with the ghost Dr. Feng Zhou, they had heard many legends about her. Even if they felt that it might be exaggerated, the emperor of Qishui province, the crown prince, and the most favored third princess were killed. Their corpses were hung at the gate of the imperial palace. The Qishui imperial palace was on fire and burned for a day and a night. They were also vigilant. No matter how powerful Feng Zhou was, the ancestors of the major families had ordered them not to participate in the matter between the imperial family and Feng Zhou. As time passed, evening came. When the sky darkened, a dangerous aura shrouded the entire imperial palace. The major families in Huang City seemed to have sensed something, but none of them came out, until the people sent by the emperor of Dongyao country knocked on the doors of the major families. Not long after they entered, they left again. Just like that, the news secretly spread among the major families, and the ancestors of the major families gathered together. I didn't expect Ghost Dr. Feng Zhou to come. Or did they choose Eastern Glory Empire from the remaining 3 empires? According to the secret guards in the palace, a fairy realm expert by the emperor's side led 100 people to fight against a few dozen people, but he was killed just like that. Not a single person survived. Another ancestor said, frowning as he pondered, I really didn't expect this ghost, Dr. Feng Zhou, to become so strong in just half a year. Hearing this, an ancestor next to him shook his head. No, I heard that ghost Dr. Fengjiu hasn't made a move yet. The one who killed Elder Yin was ghost Dr. Fengjiu's sworn brother, Guan Shilin. It seems like the monarch is not confident in dealing with Fengjiu. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent people to ask for her help. A white-bearded patriarch stroked his beard and said slowly. He was very curious about this ghost Dr. Fengjiu. What kind of woman was she? How could they force the monarch of such an empire into a corner and ask for help? This kind of thing, if not handled properly, it would bring disaster to the entire clan. Who would dare to help? That's right. Let the imperial family deal with the trouble they caused themselves. Another person shook his head and said, he knew in his heart that Eastern Glory Empire will be the next empire to be destroyed after Qishui Empire. Chapter 1737. How could the forces in the upper reaches take the empires seriously? Moreover, it's too late to ask for help. It seems like Dong Yao is doomed this time. The few of them sighed and looked at each other without saying a word. In the imperial palace, the emperor of Dong Yao Kingdom stood in the main hall with his hands behind his back with a gloomy face. He listened to the report from the secret guard in black, and his face was so dark that charcoal could drip from it. Those old men were actually dragging their feet, and no one was willing to come forward to help. It seemed like they were afraid of what Fengjiu had done during this period of time. Since they were not willing to help, he could only rely on himself. Pass down the order. Gather all the guards in the imperial palace and defend the imperial palace. Prepare for battle. Since no one else could save him, he would gather all the forces in the imperial palace and prepare for battle. He didn't believe that he couldn't deal with a mere Fengjiu with the strength of Eastern Glory Nation. Yes, the secret guard in black responded and left quickly. Don't worry, Emperor. Since those families are not willing to help, we'll destroy the Xianyuan Empire after we've dealt with Fengjiu and his men. After we've strengthened our empire, we'll weaken the power of those families. An old man walked out from behind. He was the other fairy realm expert beside the emperor of Dong Yao Kingdom. That's right. Those old men stood aside and did nothing today. They'll suffer in the future. The emperor of Dong Yao Kingdom said in a gloomy voice. However, at this moment, a loud bang was heard, as if something had exploded. The entire imperial palace shook, and the emperor of Dong Yao Kingdom was shocked. What's going on? He asked loudly. Just then, a guard rushed in from the outside. Emperor, the northern palace wall near the back of the mountain was blown up. Debris rolled, and a big hole appeared in the ground. Guan Shilin rushed in with his men and a few contracted beasts. The situation is out of control. Fengjiu, the ghost doctor. Guan Shilin, the phoenix guards. What a good phoenix guard. He gritted his teeth in anger and said, Come with me. I want them to die here. Yes. The emperor of Dong Yao Kingdom walked in front, followed by the gray-robed old man, many guards and secret guards. Hundreds of people rushed toward the northern gate. Guan Shilin and Du Fan were not among the people who entered the northern gate. Only the 8 phoenix guards and their contracted beasts, such as the fire phoenix, rushed in and fought with the guards in the palace. For a moment, the sounds of swords and beasts' roars echoed in the air. However, just as the emperor of Dong Yao Empire was rushing to the north gate with his men, his palace was on fire. Guan Shilin and Du Fan had looted everything in the treasure vault of the Dong Yao Empire's palace and set it ablaze. The fire spread everywhere, and thick smoke rose to the sky. When the monarch of Dong Yao Empire saw the fire and smoke, he was so angry that his body trembled. Damn that Fengjiu! How dare you destroy the imperial palace of Dong Yao Empire? I will tear you into pieces. At this moment, Fengjiu, dressed in a dazzling red robe, led Hui Lang, Leng Hua, and Leng Shuang into the palace gate. Looking at the fire, Fengjiu smiled and said to the people behind him, Let's do it. Yes. Everyone answered. Hui Lang led them to the back of the palace. Chapter 1738. Even in the dark of the night, her red dress was still very dazzling. Her elegant and free figure carried a wildness and wildness. Her red dress made a whistling sound in the wind. She was high up in the air, like a fairy from the nine heavens who came on the breeze. As if they had sensed something, the Emperor of Dong Yao Kingdom and the gray-robed elder who were rushing toward the north gate stopped at the same time and looked back. When they looked back, they saw the red figure coming from the sky. The young man in a dazzling red dress came from the night sky. His red dress was dazzling, and his black hair fluttered in the wind. He was so handsome that it was hard to tell whether he was a man or a woman. His aura was ethereal, but no one dared to look down on him. She appeared to be in her 20s, but the pressure emitted from her body caused people to tremble in fear. As her eyes moved, they felt as if they had nowhere to hide as she swept them with her oppressive gaze. This person was Fengjiu, the ghost doctor. It was said that Fengjiu, the ghost doctor, liked to dress in red. As a woman, she liked to dress in men's clothes. Her beauty was devastating, and her cultivation was mysterious. Who else could it be if not this person in front of them? They originally thought that the rumors were exaggerated, but now they knew why the ghost Dr. Fengjiu's name had spread so quickly. To have such a cultivation at such a young age, with such means and courage, let alone a woman, there were not many men in the world who could be compared to her. It was not a loss for the Qishui Empire to be destroyed by her. However, even if the Qishui Empire was destroyed, his Dong Yao Kingdom would not be destroyed. No matter how powerful Fengjiu was, he must kill him tonight at all costs. "You two stand down," Fengjiu, who stopped in midair, said to Lung Shuang and Lung Hua behind him. Facing a fairy realm expert, the two of them were unable to withstand the pressure emanating from him. Yes, the two of them responded and quickly retreated to a safe distance. The gray-robed elder's gaze fell on Fengjiu. He scanned him with his divine sense and said to the Emperor of Dong Yao Kingdom, "Emperor, Fengjiu is a cultivator at the middle stage of the fairy realm. We can definitely kill him with our combined strength." "Good, let's kill her first." The Emperor of Dong Yao country had also noticed that the power emanating from Fengjiu's body was that of a fairy realm cultivator. Since both of them were fairy realm cultivators, the two of them would definitely have a chance of winning. Thus, after instructing the others to eliminate the Phoenix Guards at the North Gate, the two of them gathered their qi and blocked Fengjiu from both sides. "Fengjiu, you really don't want to take the path to heaven, but you insist on entering the gates of hell. Today, I want to see what you're capable of." As soon as he finished speaking, a long sword appeared in the monarch's hand. After injecting his spiritual power into it, he instantly attacked Fengjiu. Seeing this, the gray-robed elder gathered a stream of air in his hands and charged towards Fengjiu, preparing to take her down with a pincer attack. However, Fengjiu, who was watching the two approaching from the left and right, curled his lips slightly, revealing a strange and evil smile. "Is that so? I'm also very curious to see how many moves you can take from me." With a move of her hand, the Qingfeng sword, which was glowing with a sharp green light, appeared in her hand. Moreover, in the next moment, she no longer concealed her aura. Instead, she displayed her own power and cultivation. Chapter 1739. Celestial Saint Powerhouse. The two of them screamed. When they sensed the pressure and aura of the Celestial Saint Powerhouse, their faces turned pale. How could they still have the will to fight? "Quick, run." They did not even have the will to fight. When they came back to their senses, their first thought was to run. Run as far as they could. The strength of a celestial saint was equivalent to the strength of 100 fairy realm experts. They would have to be crazy to overestimate their own abilities to fight against her. At this moment, they couldn't help but curse loudly. Who is it? Who said that she's only at the nascent soul stage? Run? Fengjiu, who was behind them, curled her lips into a smile. "Do you think you can run away?" As soon as she finished speaking, the red figure instantly swept toward the gray-robed elder. As the red figure swept past him, the gray-robed elder, who was originally running away in a panic, stiffened and fell from midair. Bang! No one saw how she had acted. She did not even need to fight, as she had easily ended the life of a fairy realm master. The body of the gray-robed old man, who had fallen to the ground, twitched. His eyes were fixed on the sky, until he breathed his last. When the Emperor of Eastern Glory Kingdom heard the commotion, he turned around abruptly. When he saw that the gray-robed elder's neck was bleeding as he breathed his last, his whole body trembled. Since they had cultivated to the fairy realm, death was already something that was very far away from them. However, when death loomed over them at such a close distance, he suddenly realized that death was not far away from them all this time. When he saw the red-robed Fengjiu coming toward him with the Qing Feng sword, many things flashed through his mind. In the end, he did not run away. Instead, he fell from midair and knelt on the ground. "Don't kill me. I'll serve you as my master." When he said this, his eyes were filled with terror and fear. Yes, he was afraid of death. At his level of cultivation, he was even more afraid of death. He had everything that many people would never be able to obtain in their entire lives: power, status, fame, and fortune. He did not want to die like this. He did not want his royal family to be slaughtered. Therefore, he could only lower his head and beg Fengjiu, because he knew that this was his only way out. Only in this way could he have a chance to survive. His Dongyao Empire would not be destroyed in his hands and would not fall into chaos like Qi Shui. The Emerald Edge sword was pressed against the forehead of the Eastern Glory Monarch who was kneeling on the ground. As long as it was an inch closer, it could easily take his life. However, the Emerald Edge sword in Feng Jiu's hand suddenly stopped. She looked at him and raised her eyebrows. "What did you say?" "I said, I'm willing to serve you as my master. I, Dong Yao, am willing to listen to your orders. I only beg you to spare Dong Yao and spare my life. I will go through fire and water for you and be loyal to you." As he spoke, as if he was afraid that she would not believe him, he immediately made a heaven and earth contract to serve her as his master. Seeing the light of the heaven and earth contract dissipate, Feng Jiu's eyes flashed. He stared at the monarch for a long time. After a long time, he moved the emerald edge sword in his hand away. He stretched out his finger and tapped the monarch's forehead to extract a strand of consciousness. "Fine. Since you serve me as your master, I'll spare your life. However, you must remember that from this moment on, your life and your Dongyao Empire are in my hands. You have to obey my orders." Chapter 1740. Thus, Fengjiu brought him to the sky above the north gate. Looking at the people fighting below, she said, "Everyone, stop." Her voice, which contained the might of a celestial saint, came down from the sky like a huge net, causing everyone below to stop. At this time, the people of Dongyao Empire had already suffered countless casualties. Everyone raised their heads and was surprised when they saw the Emperor of Dongyao Empire, who was respectfully following behind Fengjiu. The Phoenix Guards and the others looked at each other and stepped forward to bow. "Greetings, Master." Fengjiu responded and said, "From today onwards, Dongyao Empire belongs to me, Fengjiu." Hearing this, the guards of Dongyao Empire below were in an uproar. They were somewhat in disbelief, but after thinking about it carefully, they felt that it was reasonable. These Phoenix Guard were so strong that just a few dozen of them could deal with more than 100 of them. Moreover, there was also the ghost Dr. Fengjiu, who could easily kill a fairy realm expert by herself. If the Eastern Yao Empire were to join her forces, it would only be beneficial to them. At least, they would no longer have to worry that ghost Dr. Fengjiu would attack them again. "Hurry up and kneel." The Emperor of Dongyao Empire shouted behind Fengjiu. Hearing this, the people of Dongyao Empire hurriedly knelt down. At this time, they were either injured or dead. There were less than 1/3 of them left. Moreover, the palace was set on fire and scattered in all directions. It would probably take a few months for it to recover to its original state. On the other side, after hearing Fengjiu's voice, Guan Shilin, Hui Lang, and the others looked at each other and quickly stopped fighting. They brought their men over. When they arrived at the north gate, they were actually a little surprised when they saw the scene. With Fengjiu's strength today, it should not be difficult for him to destroy Dongyao Empire, but she took it under her force. They just did not know if they would really submit to her after killing so many people of Dongyao Empire. At the same time, the people of the major families outside the palace looked at the rising flames in the palace and could not help but sigh. They thought that Dongyao Empire might really be finished just like that. However, who knew that soon another piece of news came. What? The emperor has submitted to ghost Dr. Fengjiu? An ancestor of a family widened his eyes in astonishment. Yes, he has also made a heaven and earth contract to serve ghost Dr. Fengjiu as his master, the secret guard reported. Who would have thought? Who would have thought that the monarch would make such a decision? Another old ancestor gasped and murmured. The great ancestor beside him stroked his beard and said, "There's nothing wrong with that. Surrendering to ghost Dr. Feng Nine and protecting Dongyao Nation is something anyone would do." Ancestor of the ancestor. That's right. Compared to the extermination of one's clan, what was wrong with submitting to another and worshipping the strong as their master? The most important thing was protecting they wanted Dongyao's Dongyao Empire. Search. Let's see what we'll do next. One of the patriarchs waved his hand and gestured for the secret guard to leave. He ancestor emperor, the ancestor family guard ancestor. Left his ancestor. The others nodded one after another. Not only is she not simple, she has great strength and can destroy the royal family with a raise of her hand. She is also tolerant. Her breadth of mind is indeed not something that ordinary people can compare to. Chapter 1741. A few of them looked at each other and did not speak. They had not fought with Fengjiu before, so they naturally did not know her strength. However, to be able to force the emperor of Dongyao Heavenly Country to submit to her, it was clear that she was not simple. In the main hall of Dongyao Palace, Guan Shilin, Du Fan, and the 8 captains of the Phoenix Guard stood on the left and right sides. Lung Shuang and Lung Hua stood on the left and right sides of the main seat. Sitting on the main seat was Fengjiu, who was dressed in a dazzling red robe. She reclined in her seat and supported her face with one hand. She looked at the emperor of Dongyao Empire, who was standing in the middle of the hall, and said slowly, "Since you have acknowledged me as your master, I will leave the rest to you." The emperor of Dongyao Heavenly Country gulped and asked, "Please enlighten me. I will leave the remaining 2 empires to you. In a month, I want these 2 empires to disappear," she said in a low voice. Hearing this, the emperor of Dongyao Heavenly Country was shocked. A month? How can you do it in a month? The distance between these 2 empires is also quite far. Can't you do it? She glanced at him and asked slowly. Seeing her gaze on him, the emperor of Dongyao Heavenly Country quickly lowered his head and said, "Yes, I will definitely do it within a month. I will not let you down. Brother, bring some people and help him. In a month, I want these 2 empires to disappear." Fengjiu looked at Guan Shilin and said, "No problem." Guan Shilin replied loudly and accepted the task. Hearing this, the emperor of Dongyao Heavenly Country was overjoyed. That's great. With Guan Shilin's help, it would be easier to get things done. Fengjiu thought for a while and said, "Bring Tun Yun and Lao Bai with you too. Let them have more experience and have a good rest today. You are dismissed." "Yes," everyone responded and walked out. Only Guan Shilin stayed behind. "Xiaojiu, aren't you afraid that there will be problems in the future if you take over Dongyao?" Guan Shilin asked what he was worried about. After all, only the emperor of Eastern Glory Nation had signed the heaven and earth contract. "It's fine," she smiled and said, "With this lesson, they won't dare to be enemies with us even if we don't make a contract with heaven and earth. Moreover, there are some benefits to taking over Dongyao. At least, many things are now for Dongyao. If they really dare to have second thoughts, it won't be too late to destroy them in the future. Since you said so, then let's do it." Guan Shilin sat down and said, "Leave the rest to us. Are you going to the Xianyuan Empire first? Mose must be very anxious from waiting." Let's go and see if there are any other problems with him. After helping him deal with this matter, I'm going to the upper continents." She looked outside with a deep gaze, unable to forget the scene of her home and family being destroyed. "All right, don't worry. Leave everything else to me," he said in a deep voice. Fengjiu nodded and looked at him with a smile. "I'll bring Hui Lang and Lung Shuang to the Xianyuan Empire tomorrow. If there's anything, you can contact us again." Hearing this, Guan Shilin responded, "All right, I understand." That night, the people of Dongyao Empire were bandaging their wounds and recuperating. The Phoenix Guards and the others had already settled down in the resting area. Only 2 guards were left to rest. Chapter 1742. Xinyuan Empire Shengan Mose looked at the white-robed man standing in front of him with a gentle smile on his face, looking like an immortal. He couldn't help but frown. "What are you doing here?" His tone didn't hide his dislike and disdain for the man. This man always casually appeared in front of the woman he loved. He didn't have a good impression of him since the first time they met. In his opinion, this man always stuck to his woman's side and was an eyesore. Mo Chen's handsome face had a gentle smile on it. He looked at Xianyuan Mose, who was sitting in front of the desk in a black robe. He hadn't seen him for half a year, but the aura of a king on his body had become even sharper. He exuded a domineering aura that didn't make him angry. Mo Chen couldn't help but sigh. The Emperor's Star was indeed the Emperor's Star. "Don't worry, I'm not here to look for you. I'm here to wait for Fengjiu." He walked slowly to a chair and sat down. He picked up the teacup on the table, but there was no tea. He said to Ying Yi, who was hiding in the shadows, "Ying Yi, get someone to bring me a cup of tea. I haven't even had a drink on the way here." Ying Yi glanced at Mo Chen, who was acting as if he was in his own house, and then looked at his master, whose face was dark. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Ying Yi flashed out and asked someone to make 2 cups of tea. He personally brought them in, placing 1 cup on his master's table and the other beside Mo Chen's chair. "Then you should know that she's not here." Xianyuan Mose took a sip of the tea, but his face was still dark. A man who looked like a pretty boy, came to tell you that he was here to wait for your woman. One could imagine how he felt. He knew that his woman was very popular. If he was not careful, anyone would target her. However, so many things had happened in the past 6 months. The 2 of them had not seen each other for more than half a year. Moreover, the 2 of them had always been apart more than together. It was no wonder that he felt a sense of crisis. Mo Chen nodded. "Yes, I know she's not here, but she should be back soon, so I'm waiting for her here." He had a gentle smile on his face as he glanced at Xianyuan Mose and took a sip of his tea. Then he said unhurriedly, "Moreover, I plan to stay by her side this time. After settling the matter here, I think she will want to go to the upper continent. It just so happens that I'm familiar with that place. With me by her side, you don't have to worry too much." He stood to the side and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He felt that the temperature in the palace seemed to have dropped a bit, and there was a murderous aura in the air, which made him feel extremely nervous standing here. This young master Mo Chen, was he purposely trying to stir up trouble? Wasn't he worried that his master would kill him in a fit of anger? However, speaking of which, who was stronger between the 2 of them? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look back and forth between the 2 of them, secretly guessing. Young Master Mo Chen came from a family in the upper continent. It was said that his family had an extraordinary position there, and he was also the disciple of Tianji Elder. His background was not inferior to his master's at all. Chapter 1743. Is that so? Then this monarch would like to see if you have the qualifications to say such words. As soon as he finished speaking, the teacup lid in his hand instantly shot out towards Mo Chen. Mo Chen, who had been drinking his tea, raised his head to look at him and revealed a warm smile. "I'm very willing to accompany you." As he spoke, he raised his hand and turned it. The teacup lid that was flying towards him stopped in front of him and did not advance any further. Instead, it spun in midair. Following the movement of his hand, the teacup slowly fell into his hand, easily neutralizing Xianyuan Mose's attack. "A teacup with a lid. I already have one, so I'll return this to you." A warm voice rang out, but the teacup lid in his hand was extremely fierce. Seeing this, Xianyuan Mose stretched out 2 fingers to catch the teacup lid and placed it back on the teacup. Then, he stood up, and with a flash of his black figure, he had already rushed out. Seeing this, Mo Chen put down the teacup in his hand. With a refined smile on his face, he slowly walked out. Looking at Xianyuan Mose, who was standing outside the palace, he smiled and said, "I've just arrived, and you're already attacking me. That's not very kind of you." This monarch has already treated you to tea. What's wrong? Not very kind. Since it's like this monarch will give you another greeting gift after not seeing you for so long." As soon as the deep and magnetic voice rang out, the black figure rushed out and attacked Mo Chun, who was standing with his hands behind his back. Mo Chin's spiritual aura was released in an instant. His white robes fluttered and his black hair fluttered. Facing Xianyuan Mo's attack, he was not alarmed or fearful. Instead, he was as calm as before, and a warm smile hung on his face. It wasn't until Xianyuan Mo's black silhouette was right in front of him that he finally made his move. The two silhouettes, one black and one white, were exchanging blows outside the palace. A powerful aura surged from both of their bodies. Although they were fighting barehanded, every strike made the shadow guards and Ing Yi, who were hiding in the shadows, fearful. This was a battle between experts. There were no weapons in their hands, but the aura that permeated the surroundings was so powerful. The aura of the two people seemed to be equally matched, and the pressure they exuded couldn't tell which one was stronger. Their speed was extremely fast, and with the strength of Ing Yi and the others, they simply couldn't see their moves. They could only see one black and one white, neither giving way to the other. Bang! Ing Yi's eyes widened as he saw his master suddenly turn his palm into a fist and punch Mo Chun in the eye. Mo Chun drew in a sharp breath and hurriedly covered his eye and retreated. When he moved his eyes away, there was a red bruise around his left eye. The red bruise did not match his fairy-like appearance at all. It looked a little strange, and people who saw it could not help but smile. "You dare to slap me in the face?" Mo Chin's gentle face cracked, and the smile on his lips could no longer be maintained. Xianyuan Mo's calmly glanced at him and curled his lips in a good mood. "Benjun only added some color to your eye. It's much more pleasing to the eye this way." Mo Chin's mouth twitched. "So that's how it is. Then I really have to thank you." As soon as he finished speaking, he attacked again. "No need to thank me. This is what Benjun should do." He had wanted to beat him up for a long time, but one punch was too little. And if he hit the other eye, it should be enough. Chapter 1744. Pooh! With a groan, he spat out a mouthful of blood and staggered backwards. Mo Chun was stunned, as if he had not expected this to happen. He should have been able to dodge that attack, but why did he pull back his fist in an instant? Also, although his palm had hit him, he had held back 70% of his strength. He knew that the power of that palm was not enough to make him spit out blood. Just as he was puzzled, he heard a familiar voice with a cry of surprise. He instinctively turned his head, and when he saw a red figure flitting past him like the wind, he finally understood. Zhe! Fengjiu supported him as he fell. She saw that his face was pale, but he was still holding on. When he saw her, he revealed a surprised expression, and his deep eyes could not hide the joy and affection. Ajud, just as he spoke, his entire body fell into her arms, as if he had fainted. Zhe! She supported him, and did not ask why Mo Chin was here. She immediately carried Xianyuan Mo's in her arms and walked towards his chambers. Ing Yi, who was hiding in the shadows, was speechless. He did not expect his master to suddenly do this. This completely overturned his understanding of his master. So when his master was two-faced, he could be like this. Immediately, he came out from the shadows, glanced at Mo Chun, and quickly followed. Hui Lang, who had followed behind Fengjiu, was also dumbfounded when he saw this scene. He originally wanted to quickly step forward to help support his master, but who knew that Lung Hua beside him would pull him back. Then, he saw the ghost doctor directly carry his master. It was undeniable that when he saw his master, who had an imposing appearance and a domineering aura, being carried in a princess carried by the ghost doctor to the bedroom, he was really a little confused. This ghost doctor had been pretending to be a man for too long. Did she forget that she was a woman? In this world, how could a woman directly carry a man in a princess carry? Perhaps his master was very happy, very satisfied, and very enjoyable, but he felt that it was very strange just by looking at it. Lung Shuang looked expressionless, but the gentleness in her eyes and the smile on her face could not be deceived. On the other hand, Lung Hua laughed. Master's temperament is so direct. Yama Lord hasn't seen Master for so long. He must miss you very much. As he spoke, he looked at Mo Chun, who was standing in front of him in a white robe, and slowly walked forward. Mo Chun was still in a state of shock. Seeing Feng Jiu directly carry Xian Yuan Mo's in his arms was far more impactful than seeing Xian Yuan Mo's scheming. He never knew that women could be like this, directly carrying a man by the waist. That scene was very strange, but it seemed so natural for the two of them, without any sense of disharmony. From that scene, he saw that Feng Jiu attached great importance to Xian Yuan Mo's. She didn't care about the opinions of others. She only had eyes for him. That kind of deep love expressed in her body language made him, as a bystander, feel a little uncomfortable. But he also knew that if there was such a woman who loved him deeply, perhaps he would be like Xian Yuan Mo's just now, and use some scheming to win the beauty's pity and tenderness. But when the person being schemed against was him, his mood wasn't very good. Chapter 1745. Hearing this voice, Mo Chun came back to his senses. Looking at the gentle youth in front of him, he smiled and asked, "Say, if I went to visit Xian Yuan Mo's now, would your master be unhappy?" Lung Hua smiled and said, "If young master Mo Chun is worried that my master will be unhappy, you can go later." Hearing this, Mo Chun shook his head. "How can I do that? If I go later, the misunderstanding will get worse. Even if she is unhappy now, I still think it's better to go and clear things up." Saying this, he nodded slightly at him and walked towards the bedroom at the back. Seeing this, Lung Hua's smile deepened, but he stopped and did not follow. "Let's go. Let's tidy up first." Lung Hua walked over from behind and said to Lung Hua, "All right." Lung Hua replied with a smile and left with her. Hui Lang scratched his head and looked at them for a while. He muttered something and then walked toward the bedroom at the back. As for Xian Yuan Mo's, who was being carried by Feng Jiu to the bedroom, he attracted the attention of countless people along the way. No matter if it was the palace guards or maids, or the hidden guards hidden in the shadows, when they saw this scene, they were all dumbfounded. Most of the guards and maidservants in the palace did not recognize Feng Nine. Therefore, when they saw their noble and dignified crown prince being intimately carried to his bedchamber by a man in red, they all whispered to each other, "Who is that? Heavens, am I seeing things? I actually saw His Highness being carried by a man. But that man in red is really handsome. He doesn't look strong, but he easily carried His Highness the Crown Prince. But doesn't His Highness the Crown Prince dislike people getting close to him? How dare this person? What's wrong with His Highness the Crown Prince? It looks like he fainted. What do you know? That's the ghost, Dr. Feng Jiu. She's a woman and is said to be our Crown Prince's wife. They're just short of marriage." Really? Why didn't such a big piece of news spread? Many people know about this. Moreover, our Crown Princess isn't an ordinary person. News has spread that Qishui province was destroyed by our Crown Princess. The one who spoke was a guard. He raised his head and puffed out his chest as he spoke to the crowd. A white-clothed young master just passed by. Who was that? I don't know about that, but to be able to move around in the palace, he definitely isn't an ordinary person. Look, that person is heading in the direction of the Crown Prince's bedroom. Perhaps he's heading for the Crown Prince and our Crown Princess. After a while, Hui Lang walked over from behind and heard their conversation. He glanced at them and said, "What are you talking about? Aren't they all gone now?" When they saw Hui Lang, they lowered their heads and hurriedly dispersed. Hui Lang shook his head and looked at the figure in front of him. After thinking for a while, he felt that it would be better to talk to Ming Yi first. In the bedroom, Feng Jiu put Xian Yuan Mo's on the big bed. Just as he was about to take his pulse, he saw that the person who had just closed his eyes woke up. "I'm fine." As Xian Yuan Mo spoke, he looked at her in front of him. His deep eyes were filled with pity as he said, "You've lost weight." As he spoke, he reached out and touched her face. Chapter 1746. Don't worry, it's just a small injury. Don't blame Mo Chun. He didn't expect you to suddenly come. Cough, cough, cough. Xian Yuan Mo's coughed a few times as he spoke. Hearing this, Feng Jiu's eyes flashed with a trace of a smile, but she didn't show it. She just nodded seriously. "Yes, Don't worry, I won't blame him. I think he didn't mean it. Xianyuan Mose, who had one hand clenched into a fist by his lips, was stunned when he heard this. He instinctively looked up and happened to see her teasing gaze. He couldn't help but feel embarrassed and gently coughed. You must be tired from the journey, right? Do you want to rest? As he spoke, he shifted his body on the bed to make room for her. No, I'm worried about your injury. No matter what, I have to boil some medicine or something to drink. Fengjiu said, while holding back her laughter. Xianyuan Mose's mouth twitched. He felt like he had shot himself in the foot. In a flash, he saw that she was already holding his hand and taking his pulse. Seeing this, he could only let her take his pulse. Not long after, Fengjiu withdrew her hand and said, There's nothing wrong with your body, just that your liver is a little hot. You didn't rest well. You need to rest more. As she spoke, she pulled the blanket up and covered him. You rest well here. I'll go out and talk to Mo-chun. What's there to talk about with him? Are you close to him? He asked with a hint of jealousy in his voice. Fengjiu rested her chin on one hand and thought for a while. Yes, I'll go out and ask him why he hurt you. I can't let you get hurt for nothing, right? Hearing this, Xianyuan Mose reached out and pulled her onto the bed. He lifted the blanket and covered her with it. He bent his arm, and she lay in the crook of his arm. He then reached out and hugged her tightly with both hands. That person isn't a good person. Stay away from him in the future. Fengjiu chuckled. Stay away from him in the future, lest you get hurt by him again. I went easy on him. Otherwise, how could he be my opponent? He snorted softly, but the corners of his lips curled up. He hugged the person in his arms and revealed a satisfied smile. Perhaps it was because he hadn't had a good rest recently, but he soon fell asleep while hugging Fengjiu. Feeling his steady breathing, Fengjiu smiled, nestled in his arms, and closed his eyes. After not seeing him for so long, she missed him very much. She just didn't expect him to do this as soon as they met. It really made her angry and amused. Outside, Mo-chun, who had just entered the palace, was stopped by Ing-yi. Ing-yi looked at him, his voice flat. Young Master Mo-chun, my master and the ghost doctor are resting. Please come back later, young Master Mo-chun. Hearing this, Mo-chun's eyes flashed with surprise. He glanced inside and smiled. That's fine. He didn't stay any longer and turned to leave. Not long after, Hui Lang walked over. Just as he was about to enter, he saw Ing-yi walk out. He waved his hand and called out with a grin. Ing-yi, I'm back. Ing-yi glanced at him. I saw you. How is Master? How did he get hurt by young Master Mo-chun? Is he all right? As he spoke, he stretched his head to look inside the palace to see if there was any sign of the ghost doctor. Chapter 1747. Oh, that's right. You must not have received the news. Hui Lang grinned. Even if you did, you wouldn't be as fast as us. Come, let's sit over there and I'll tell you. He put an arm around his shoulder and walked towards the stone chair in front. Let me tell you, Dong Yao has submitted to the ghost doctor that the two sat by the stone chair with a pot of tea and 2 plates of desserts. They talked about the submission of the Dong Yao Empire. In the evening, Fengjiu got up first and left the room. When she saw Ing-yi and Hui Lang waiting outside, she asked, Ing-yi, how is the monarch's health? Has he gotten better recently? Ghost doctor, the monarch has taken the medicine sent by the ghost doctor. His health has improved, but he still can't cultivate. Hearing this, she nodded and said to Hui Lang, Come with me to take a look. Okay. Hui Lang replied and walked out with her. The two of them went outside. After walking for a short distance, they saw Mo-chun, who was dressed in white and looked like an immortal, standing under a tree. It was unknown what she was looking at. Grey Wolf's mouth twitched when he saw this. He felt that Mo-chun had purposely come here to be a high-grade ghost doctor. Fengjiu saw this and stopped in her tracks. She looked at the person by the tree and slowly walked up to him. What are you looking at? Mo-chun looked at her and smiled elegantly. I'm looking at the birds on the tree. He was originally a gentleman, but unfortunately, on his handsome and gentle face, there were dark circles around his eyes, and blood was faintly visible. Seeing this, Feng Nine couldn't help but smile and pointed at his eyes. Why don't you find some medicine to apply? Walking out with such a swollen eye, he wasn't afraid of ruining his image as young Master Mo-chun. I left it on purpose so that you could see how heavy-handed Xianyuan Mo's was, he said helplessly. I didn't even provoke him. Hearing this, Fengjiu smiled and took out a bottle of medicine from his sleeve. This medicine has the effect of promoting blood circulation and removing blood stasis. Apply some tonight, and you'll be fine tomorrow morning. I won't say thank you. He took the medicine and put it away. Fengjiu shrugged. I'm going to see the monarch. Excuse me, I'll go with you. As he spoke, he looked at her, who was looking at him with raised eyebrows, and said, I also just arrived at the Xianyuan Palace today. I exchanged a few blows with Xianyuan Mo's, but I haven't paid a visit to the Xianyuan monarch yet. I'll go with you. All right, let's go then. She walked forward, gesturing for Hui Lang to lead the way. Ing Yi, who was not far away, watched silently until their figures disappeared into the horizon. Then, he retracted his gaze and walked inside. When Xianyuan Mo's woke up, he saw that Fengjiu, who was beside him, was already gone. He got out of bed and stretched. He felt that his sleep was very comfortable and deep, and the fatigue in his body seemed to have lessened quite a bit. When he walked out, he saw that Ing Yi was waiting outside, but Fengjiu was nowhere to be seen. He asked, Where is she? Master, the ghost doctor went to the monarch's place, Ing Yi reported. How long has she been gone? He looked at the sky and asked. About the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn. Hui Lang accompanied her, but halfway there, they met young Master Mo Chun and seemed to have gone together, Ing Yi said. Hearing this, Xianyuan Mo's raised his eyebrows and walked out, heading straight for his imperial father's palace. Chapter 1748. How is it? Is it going to be like this from now on? You can tell me directly, the Emperor of Xianyuan said as he looked at Fengjiu, who was dressed in red. Fengjiu smiled faintly and said, Don't worry. Although it is crippled, it can be cured. Seeing that the Emperor of Xianyuan did not seem to believe her, she said, It's true. I'm not lying to you. You just need some time to recover. After you recover, you will have to restart your cultivation. Hearing this, the Emperor of Xianyuan was in disbelief. His body trembled slightly as he asked, Really? He could still cultivate? Really? Fengjiu nodded affirmatively. But my Dantian, it's fine. It can be repaired. She smiled and said, I will stay here for a period of time to help you recuperate. You don't have to worry. I will first prepare some medicine for you to consume. Then, I will help you refine a pill that can repair your Dantian. As she said this, she flipped her hand and waved the badge in her hand. Trust me, I'm not lying. Hearing this, the Emperor of Xianyuan felt his eyes heat up. He felt like he was going to cry. Only after experiencing it personally did he understand the pain of being crippled from a powerful cultivator to a mortal who could not cultivate. Because his cultivation had been crippled, his original appearance had also changed greatly. His entire person had aged overnight, and he had become so weak that it seemed like he could die at any moment. This experience was worse than death. Now, after hearing Fengjiu's words and seeing the 2 elixirs and the badge that she had given him to ease his mind, his heart was rekindled with hope. Thank you. Thank you. He held Fengjiu's hand and thanked her in a choked voice. This is what I should do. Fengjiu smiled and said, Have a good rest. We'll take our leave first. Once the medicine is prepared, we will come back. As they spoke, Xianyuan Mo's walked in. He looked at his father who was holding Fengjiu's hand and instructed the palace servants, Help the emperor to rest. Don't let him get too excited. Yes. The palace servants replied respectfully and helped the emperor of Xianyuan into the room. The emperor of the Xianyuan kingdom looked at him and nodded without saying anything else. After the 3 of them left the bedroom, Fengjiu, who was in the middle, was deep in thought. He said to Xianyuan Mo's, I heard from Hui Lang that there are many thousand-year-old herbs in the Xianyuan Palace's medicine. Take me to see them. If there are suitable herbs, we can make medicine. When Mo Chun heard this, he said to Fengjiu, Mo's, you 2 to go. I will go back first. Also, if there are any herbs that they don't have here that you need, you can look for me. Who knows? I might be able to help. Xianyuan Mo's glanced at him and said, You should take care of yourself first. I don't think you can take out anything that I don't have here. As he spoke, he held Fengjiu and walked forward. Feng Jiu turned around and smiled apologetically at him. When they were far away, he said to Xianyuan Mose, I feel that your attitude towards him is not very friendly. Yes, because I think he is too much of an eyesore, he said in a muffled voice. Hearing this, Feng Jiu couldn't help but laugh. Why is he an eyesore? I think he is very pleasing to the eye. He is handsome and has an outstanding aura. How is he an eyesore? Chapter 1749. Hearing this, the corners of Feng Jiu's mouth twitched. All right, this vinegar jar was overturned. No matter how he looked at it, it was an eyesore. The two of them chatted as they arrived at the medicine storehouse. When they entered, Xianyuan Mose sat to the side and said to Feng Jiu, the herbs you need should be in here. Take whatever you need. There's a label on each box. And I understand. Feng Jiu responded. His gaze swept across the rows of boxes, sweeping across the names of the herbs. Xianyuan Mose watched her pick the herbs and said, the herbs that are more than 500 years old are on the left. There are also a dozen thousand-year herbs on the top row. Feng Jiu pulled open the boxes and took out the herbs to look. He put away the ones that were suitable. He then made 2 packets of herbs and handed them to Xianyuan Mose. Before I make the medicine, boil this for your imperial father. Boil 2 bowls of water until it's half full. Xianyuan Mose took a look and asked, is it done? And we can go now. Then let's go. I've already asked someone to make your favorite dishes. It's getting late, so everything should be ready. He stepped forward and took her hand, leading her away. The guards of the medicine storehouse locked the doors again and stood guard by the door. When they were outside, Xianyuan Mose handed the 2 packets of herbs to Ing Yi and gave him some instructions. Then, he and Feng Jiu went to the palace. When they arrived, they saw that someone had already ordered food to be served. Invite Imo Chun to eat with us. Feng Jiu looked at him with a smile. He's a guest. How can we be rude? Xianyuan Mose originally wanted to say something, but when he saw her smiling eyes looking at him, he didn't say anything and just sat there. When Leng Hua, who was standing behind Feng Jiu, saw this, he smiled and said, then I'll invite him. Then he turned around and left. Looking at the table full of her favorite dishes, Feng Jiu couldn't help but feel hungry. These days, if she wasn't cultivating, she was on the road, so she rarely had the chance to eat her favorite food. Now that she saw a table full of her favorite foods, she felt extremely warm. This is spiritual wine. Drink a small cup and taste it. Xianyuan Mose poured her a small cup of spiritual wine and gestured for her to taste. Feng Jiu looked at the half-filled wine cup and the corner of his mouth twitched. How can you taste anything with so little wine? How about a bigger cup? Hearing this, he glanced at her. Aren't you afraid of getting drunk? The after effect of this wine is very strong. Hearing this, she raised her eyebrows. Strong alcohol? Let me try it. She picked up the wine cup and smelled it. The rich aroma of the wine wafted to her nose, mixed with a strong spiritual aura. Just by smelling the wine, she knew that this was an excellent wine. She took a small sip and the mellow aroma of the wine spread from the tip of her tongue. The spiritual aura flowed down her throat with the wine and spread throughout her body. With just a small sip, her entire abdomen warmed up. How is it? Xianyuan Mose's deep black eyes fell on her face, and a trace of a smile flashed across his eyes. Looking at her expression, he knew that she was extremely satisfied with the wine. It's very strong. There won't be a burning sensation, but it's different once it enters the stomach. Feng Jiu said, and took another sip before putting down the wine cup. Did he say that the after effect of this wine was very strong? With just 2 small sips, her entire body warmed up. This after effect was even stronger than the wine in her space. Chapter 1750. Hearing this voice, Feng Jiu looked up. You're here? Come and sit. We were just talking about this spiritual wine. As he spoke, Feng Jiu poured a small cup for him. Try it, this wine is really strong. I only took a small sip, and I felt my whole body warming up. Oh, then I'll have to try it. Imo-chan sat down beside Feng Jiu and took a sip of the wine, then nodded. Not bad. This should be an aged wine. Xianyuan Mose glanced at him, his gaze falling on his eyes that were still stained with blood. He felt strangely happy and said, Why didn't you apply medicine to your eyes? The color seems to have darkened quite a bit. Hearing this, Imogen looked at him and smiled. I did, and it was Fengjiu's ointment. It's very cold. I was thinking of applying another layer at night when I rest. As he spoke, he paused and looked at Fengjiu. The ghost doctor's ointment is very precious. I have to use it sparingly and keep the rest as a souvenir. Seeing the two bickering, Fengjiu smiled embarrassedly and said to them, Come, 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 eat quickly before the food gets cold. As he spoke, he put some food into Xianyuan Moses' bowl. Seeing this, Xianyuan Moses' expression softened, but he didn't argue with Imogen. Instead, he put some food into Fengjiu's bowl. Knowing that she liked to eat salt and pepper prawns, he peeled a few for her. Seeing her greedily signal Lang Shuang to pour more wine, he said to her, Don't drink too much wine. Eat something to fill your stomach first. Imogen watched from the side, a trace of surprise flashing through his calm eyes. That's right. He never thought that the mighty Xianyuan Mose, who had always been in a position of power, who emitted a powerful and domineering aura from head to toe, would be so gentle and considerate towards the woman he loved. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed that he would do something as simple as peeling the shrimp. He could not help but feel a little envious when he saw that the two of them did not need to speak much to communicate with each other. The two of them didn't talk much. Fengjiu was in charge of eating, while Xianyuan Mose was in charge of picking vegetables and peeling the shells. That kind of warm and natural happiness overflowed. Even a bystander like him could feel the warmth between the two of them. At this moment, he closed his eyes and slowly ate the food with his chopsticks. What he was thinking was that for a cultivator, life was too long. How lucky was Xianyuan Mose to be able to meet a person who is in love with you for the rest of your life. Imo-chun, I haven't asked you why you're here. Is something the matter? Fengjiu looked at Imo-chun, who was eating, and asked. He had already abstained from eating, so he only tasted the dishes on the table. However, she was different from him. Even though she had already abstained from eating, she still preferred to eat grains and meat. Just like the dishes on the table, the rice was spirit rice, the vegetables were spirit vegetables, and even the meat was spirit birds. Hearing this, Imogen looked at them and said, Yes, there is something. As he spoke, he put down his chopsticks and took a sip of wine. Then he said unhurriedly, This time, I'm here to follow you. After you're done with your business here, you should be going to the upper continents, right? I can accompany you. No need. I'll accompany her when the time comes. Xianyuan Mose said. He glanced at him and knew that this person was here to cause trouble.